Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Ho, good morning. Rise and shine. Camp Crier. Get out there. Start hooping around in that campground. Yeah, get them going. There he is. He's even got his hat on. All right. Good, Mr. Chris Hill. Good morning.
Good morning. We missed you at the 9 last night. It was a
God,
good one.
dogs.
It was a good one. So had good singing, good laughter. He went over some old King songs like One Eyed Ford and let's see, I'm from Oklahoma. Even sung some northern ones from for our northern brothers up there.
God,
So,
dogs. I've
we did,
sing some of them Northern Cree.
oh yeah, we sung a couple of those Indian girls. You name
Mm-hmm.
it, we sung it.
God, dogs had all kinds going, huh? Even but you them let's see, who else? Midnight Express. You sing any of them?
Oh yeah, they had.
Yeah.
We sung till the sun come up this morning.
God, dogs. Just finished, isn't it?
Yeah, we just rolled back in.
God.
We missed the Kane one.
Yeah. So who all was there?
Just me.
God, dogs. Hey,
I
hey, you know it got rugged then.
know it.
Hey,
It was rugged. No,
hey. All right. Well, hope you didn't well, all right. Hey. Should have went live. Hey, thank you for not going live. Hey, all right. Hey, we want to say good morning. Glad our MC here, Mr. Chris Hill, made it back from his 9. God, dogs, ain't that guy? Well, he's trying to keep traditions alive, I suppose. I don't know.
there you go.
Um, yeah, poor thing. But he can do it. Well, that's a good one. All right. Excited to kick off our day 2 Sunday of the 30th annual Washington University Powwow in St. Louis. The Booter Center for American Indian Studies staff and students bringing us together once again for the 30th annual powwow. So awesome, excited to be here today. Steps to sovereignty: decolonize, indigenize, and revitalize. That's decolonize, indigenize, and revitalize. That's the theme of this year's powwow. So remember that, keep that going. It's there. We're living it, right? And so thank you for joining us today as we kick off day 2. A few reminders here, housekeeping, if you will, on our 30th annual virtual powwow. Welcome all. Today's broadcast will be broadcasting live on Facebook Live. All right, the book of faces, they say, as they say. We'd like to encourage people to participate. So drop your comments in the chat, in the comment section on the page. Drop your comments in. Ask your questions. As you hear some songs, as the music moves you, just as you would if we were in person at the powwow. Spirit moves you and you get up and start dancing, go ahead and record yourself and post it in there. We want to see that. We want to see the spirit moving throughout Indian country. So keep that going. Yesterday we had some really good cultural sharing in there as well. Different folks sharing some of their knowledge of dances and some of the dress styles, as told through their tribal nations, and so that's one wonderful thing that we have going on with this virtual powwow is we have people from all tribal nations tuning in and able to share. So we encourage that, just as we would during in-person powwow. We want that same spirit alive here as we share this virtual space. So please share, log in. I saw some comments yesterday evening just in terms of how we are gathering and connecting virtually. And there was some really good comments, and one that really stood out to me, and it really made me feel good. If you notice when you're watching these videos today, these are videos that people submitted for their contests and for their dance styles. And not only do we get to see their dance style and their dress and their designs and a little glimpse into how their self-expression of the creator's love, not only do we get to experience that, but look at their background. We also get to see where they're from, their reservation, their homelands, their traditional homelands. So we're getting a glimpse into all these traditional homelands across Indian country. So that's really a special blessing there. So we're looking forward to that today. Let's see. Chris, we'll see, what are we doing here?
Yes.
We got a stellar head staff for our 2021 powwow. For our host Northern Drum, providing all the music for all the Northern songs, the Northern style singing. We have Young Buffalo Horse. Welcome, Young Buffalo Horse. These are really good singers, good people, good young men, good families. Like to see them sitting up. And, yeah, what you got to say about Young Buffalo Horse there, Chris?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yesterday, boy, I tell you what, both those drums you had, man, they were getting people dancing. It was good, had good feeling. I know Young Buffalo Horse really jammed those songs yesterday, and Otter Trail did too. They had some amazing smooth songs. So I have to really give it to them yesterday, and I look forward for the songs that they're going to give us today. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. You mentioned Otter Trail. Otter Trail is the host Southern Drum, Otter Trail singer, Mr. Santos. Awesome, brother Santos. There, he's a good one. Always good to see you there on the trail, and appreciate your support of the the staff and the powwow. It's been really awesome. We also have our head man dancer serving this year's 30th annual virtual powwow is Mr. Edmund Black Thunder from the Oneida and Dakota nations. And then we have our head, and he actually made some good expressions, some really good expressions and offerings yesterday. So kind of wanted to remind the people that are watching, maybe they missed that one. But our head man dancer has pledged to sponsor the Golden Age Women's category for next year for the 31st annual. So we thank him for that. In honor and recognition of his granddaughter, Jaysa Lee, who's actually a graduate. She's going to be finishing up this May there at Washington University with her master's degree in social work. So in honor and respect of her accomplishment, he's going to be sponsoring that contest for next year. So thank you, Mr. Black Thunder. We appreciate your kind love and support. Let's see, our head woman dancer, Miss Laura Rice. She is Yurok and Potawatomi. I believe also an alumni from Washington University there. Thank her, you did an amazing job, awesome job. And I think we're also going to hear a special message from some of our head staff. Our head staff here today. So won't say too much more on that, but our head woman dancer, Miss Laura Rice. We also have a head gourd dancer, Mr. Tim Robinson Sr. from the Omaha Nation. He did a really good job as well. Our head judge, Miss Alva Fiddler, Lakota. We welcome you and say thank you for all of your hard work and dedication, and it's making this contest part of this virtual powwow run very smoothly. So good job there. We know you have a good eye for what to look for when we're judging these dances. And then we also have an outstanding young gentleman leading the way, paving the way, making his own path in the virtual powwow world. Our virtual arena director, Mr. Ron Brave from the Lakota Nation. Oh, give him a round of applause. So yeah, he joined us yesterday, Chris, and he was out there and taking care of the arena, taking care of the people, you know.
That's
So
right. That's
yeah,
right.
yeah, taking care of the people and helping us and really monitoring and getting in there on the Facebook chat. So if you have any questions, any comments, anything at all, you know, we stated it yesterday. Mr. Ron Brave, he's our arena director, and we stated it yesterday. He knows everything, everything about everything. And if he don't know, well, he's gonna find out. Hey, um, if you don't know, then it doesn't exist. Hey, no, Mr. Ron, he's a wealth of knowledge and cultural knowledge, and just a very good person. So I encourage him to join us in the chat today and engage with him. Right, so ask him questions, and he's happy to respond. And he was looking for good suggestions on barbecue places yesterday. So if you happen to have any of those, you know, put those in there. Uh, he's our official barbecue list. Guy Ferrari titles all the res and try all the barbecue. Hey, we should though. That's a good idea. You know, Ron be that star on all different reses and trying everyone's barbecue. Hey. What was I saying? And then forgot to introduce ourselves, but your MCs for today, myself, Courtney Arholer. My name is Courtney Arholer. I am Sac and Fox, Pawnee, Oto, and Creek. Coming to you from Moore, Oklahoma. I want to thank the Powwow Committee for reaching out and asking me to be a part of this event. Doing the best that we can, try to keep the ball rolling. We got quite the schedule for you today, and so we're going to keep it rolling as best we can. And I'm also joined here, honored and humbled to be with one of our relatives over here, my brother Chris Hill. Chris, tell us a little bit about yourself.
It's don't go. I'm Muskogee Creek. I'm full blood. I grew up around Okmulgee, Oklahoma, but now I reside in Wajaji land here in Skytook, Oklahoma. And anyway, I'm known for doing cultural events and working with different nations and learning history from the different tribes. Right now, I work in the Tribal Historic Preservation Office for the Oto Missourians. And right now, I mean, it's almost like a heavenly job right there. I get to learn history a lot, and that's a lot of the stuff I like to learn. Uh, and it's been a great opportunity to get in there and learn a lot of stuff. And that's the thing I like about learning, especially when you're hearing these mythology stories from these other tribes. Their creation stories and some of their First Nation stories and clan stories and stories about their songs and their dances and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, I'm getting paid to learn all this stuff. It's awesome. So anyway, that's a little bit about me. I would like to, if we have time, to kind of talk a little bit about the sovereignty, that the powwows, was talking about yesterday. We touched basis on a little bit about that yesterday, about going and finding a little bit about your people, and what sovereignty kind of the basis of sovereignty is, and today I'd like to kind of expand that knowledge just a little bit to kind of give some self-esteem to our native people. Self-esteem is a powerful tool, and one thing that people forget, sovereignty means this agreement between governments. That's the basic of that. Whatever that tribe's agreement with the U.S. government, it should stand, to govern yourself. And there's an agreement for that. They did that for the land that they got or whatever agreement was in that agreement. Anyway, to make a long story short, with that sovereignty, a lot of people don't look at natives in a good light. And, a lot of these nations, even to this day, you have a lot of natives in the military. A lot of these nations, they serve this country no matter what. Even back in the day, you had tribes on both sides, most of the time. And even today, you look at the things that the nations have given. A lot of times people don't understand these tribal nations. They employ a lot of people in their community. They bring a lot of revenue to the areas that their nation sets. They give to the schools. They build roads. And I know right now, the tribes are even helping vaccinate the community. These are things that these nations are doing because of the kindness of their hearts, and looking at individuals, always being helpful. People forget the things that these nations actually provide. Give back to the people, give back to the land, taking care of waters and the different issues of the environment. And again, that's just a little bit, I just wanted to kind of throw that in there, because, I know a lot of people always think, we don't give anything back. We don't do anything, we're just, there's no good light on us, but, there is, and again, that's something that, a lot of people forget, and that's part of sovereignty too. So anyway, with that said, I'll turn it back over to Courtney, because I know he probably can expand on that more than I can.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Yeah, good words, good words. Important to remember. Also, kind of aligns what it does. It aligns with the theme of the 30th annual powwow this year. It's steps to sovereignty: decolonize, indigenize, revitalize, to honor indigenous knowledge and values. You mentioned something. You mentioned a lot of things, but you mentioned a lot of really good things there, Chris. And one of those things I took out of that is I always appreciate when people, when they're talking about tribes, we refer to them as nations, because they're nations. And a lot of these different efforts that we do, that you see these nations taking, helping not only their own citizens, but citizens in their surrounding communities, sometimes their states, sometimes their region, and sometimes nationally, and even internationally. There's instances where our tribal nations support all around the globe. And you see it in many different ways, whether that be through education, health, infrastructure building, all these different things. And that's really at the heart what we call nation building. And so that's what our tribes are, and our tribal governance, and that tool that we talked about of sovereignty, that this practice of sovereignty, it's still kind of like we're testing our boundaries. We're still seeing what we can do. And so part of that is not only recognizing where we've come from and how far we came, but exploring where we can go from here and continue to build out that sovereignty, because again, it goes back to that nation building. And so it's an ongoing process. And as we learn from respecting the environment, respecting our neighbors, respecting all of those different cultural values that we learn, by practicing those cultural values, that's how we expand and understand and grow in that space of sovereignty. That's the way I have been told. I've been shared with others, have told me and showed me and shared their visions, and it's all good. It's all good. So, anyways. You got me all pumped up there, huh? Let's see. Yeah. People are tuning in from Lawrence, Kansas, Kentucky. Oh, I thought it said Kentucky Street. Here it's Kentucky and then St. Louis. Yeah, probably Kentucky Street too. Hey, Seattle. Young Buffalo Horse. Good morning. Good morning to you. Young Buffalo Horse. I want to give a shout out to our little brother there, Bryce Bailey, lead singer there of Young Buffalo Horse. He's serving us, serving our nation, and his commitment and sacrifice. Yes, we appreciate that, and all those that are those service people, servicemen and women. We appreciate their sacrifice, and of course the families that they come from and that support them as well. We appreciate your sacrifices. So just want to give a quick shout out to him. Young man, he's doing good things, and he's also a language speaker. Just kind of want to mention that for our Sac and Fox people. He's young, but he knows a lot. So I really respect him for that. Talk about sovereignty. That's it's in the language. Let's see here. Chris, what does our agenda look like for today?
All right, looks like we got a lot of things going on today, and one of our first contests is going to be Women's Fancy. I'm really looking forward to that. You got Women's Jingle. You also having Women's Northern Traditional, and those are all three some beautiful dances. And then we go into the Men's Grass, Men's Traditional, Men's Straight, and then of course the Coup de Grace, the Men's Fancy. So I know, I think Courtney's going to get out there and also contest on that one. No.
Yeah, maybe I could show one of my 1980 videos. Hey. If I could get off that VHS tape, I sure would. Hey. You said a word there, Chris. Le coup de grace. Is that what is that? That's a big word. I don't know that one.
Yeah. Grand finale. No.
Grand finale. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Good one. God, no, this guy's good one. So how do you say that? I have to write that one down. So I want to share that the dancers participating in the contest, they've already submitted their videos. And so these are all pre-recorded videos. So what we'll be watching today, they're videos of each dancer individually during their contest. And so when we play a category, all of the participants will play during that section of video. And so we'll get to see all of the dancers. And then after all of the contests are ran, then we will be announcing the winners, because that judging has already taken place. And they got judges all across, and Miss Alva Fiddler really led that out. And so again, we thank her for that. So that's already taken care of. And so we'll be announcing those winners today. If you are a contestant and you're viewing in, awesome. Also, if you win, all the winners, checks will be mailed to you. So be checking your email, because you'll be getting an email from the powwow committee about that check and what to expect, and all those kind of things. And then what my address is, so you can send me a little piece. Hey, all right. Also announced that vendors and informational resources are available through a link that is being shared on the Facebook page. And you can also find that link at the Booter Center website for a list of all the powwow vendors. We have some great powwow vendors, online, digital ways to look at them and order. So get your PayPal ready, get your Venmo and other forms of digital currency, and maybe that digital IOU. Hey. Let's see. Also want to encourage you to check out and enter the shawl raffle. We're having a shawl raffle, and that link is also in the comment box. The shawl raffle is going directly to the powwow committee here and supporting this year's annual powwow. We are 88% of our goal, so please help us reach that goal, and that campaign will go through April 1st. So please visit there and visit that site, that link, and you can read all about the Washington University powwow and the history there, and the scholars of the Catherine M. Booter Center for American Indian Studies. Those are master's level students that are attending the university there through scholarship made available and provided by the Catherine M. Booter Foundation. And again, what they have done, what this foundation has done in providing a platform and an opportunity for many native indigenous folks across the nation to attain their degrees here, and master's level degrees at Washington University in St. Louis, and the impact that that's having for multiple generations here, it's tremendous. So that gift and that presence of the Catherine M. Booter Center Foundation is greatly, deeply appreciated throughout Indian country. So please visit that site, that link for the shawl raffle, and contribute to that. We greatly appreciate that. Let's see here. Chris, do we have any more announcements? Do we have any more announcements that I'm overlooking? I'm interested in the t-shirt you got on there. Tell me a little bit about your t-shirt there, Chris.
I just know it's that Buter Center t-shirt that they sent, and boy, it looks keen. I don't know if you can see the back of it, but
oh, there you go. Yeah. Hey, guy, cut that out.
Start working on you. Wow. That's a pretty cool.
So this is what we have on here is what we're sharing today is Chris and I are both wearing. It's the alumni t-shirt. So I believe those might be for sale, but there's also a powwow shirt that's for sale, and it has this logo that you see in the top left corner of your screen. And there's also a program book for the powwow. There will be a link for that in the comments as well, so you can about the powwow, the head staff, the sponsors, and all of that. But in addition, there's a write-up and piece about the artist of that particular artwork for this year's powwow, and how she explains her inspiration and what that logo means. It's really great. I read it yesterday. The artist is Casey Koosman, and she is Cherokee. Casey Koosman. Shout out to Casey Koosman. So get yourself a t-shirt, powwow t-shirt, sport it on the powwow trail, and we'll see you there. All right. Closed captions for the 2021 virtual powwow will be available after the event. An audio description of the 2021 powwow, virtual powwow, will be coming soon. It'll provide a 2-hour verbal depiction of the virtual powwow highlights. If you are unable to visually see the event, have vision loss or impairments, or prefer a voiceover, excuse me, prefer a voice over visual, come back to the Booter website on April 16th to access the description. So Chris, I believe that got us through all of our announcements and sort of what we, I think we said housekeeping is what we called it, but kind of got through some of our announcements there. Yesterday, we reached over 6,738 people through the virtual powwow. What do you think about that, Chris?
Man, let's give everybody a round of applause on that one. That's good.
Yeah, good. virtual elbows.
I
Right,
know.
virtual elbows like that. Oh, hey, boy, that guy's scratching up his screen with that
Ah, I know
rusty elbow. Hey, all right.
Ashy. That's real elbow,
Ashy,
Indian elbow right there.
real Indian elbow, he said. Man, yeah. If you're wondering what that gray streak was across your screen, hey. So, all right. Yeah, so ashy elbows and all, we welcome you. We welcome you. Ashy elbows, ashy knees, whatever you got. If you're feeling the spirit and you hear this drum and the songs, get up and dance, film yourself, post it in the comments. We want to enjoy ourselves today and just gather. So feel free to post in the comments and join us there. So bring your ashy elbows and let's get it on. Um, at this time, we're going to turn it over. We're going to invite the powwow co-chairs, Miss Jaysa Lee and Kaylee Edwards, to join us. And they're going to have a short message for all of our viewers today. And so this afternoon, Miss Jaysa Lee and Kaylee Edwards.
Saguli sagwig, hello everyone. Yili wanalu ni gets wage skle wage niwagita loda ona diaga niwaga hanjoda. My name is Jaysa Yili Wanolu Lee, which translates to She Has Precious Words. I am Bear Clan, and People of Standing Stone is the land and earth that I come from. I just want to welcome everyone and thank you guys for tuning in for day 2. We have a lot of good dance videos for you. And I'm going to hand it off to my co-chair, Kaylee.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining. If you were able to watch us yesterday, thank you. Like they said, we reached over 6,000 people, so we're really excited about that. If this is your first day joining, welcome, welcome. My name is Kaylee. I'm Caddo Kiowa Comanche from Oklahoma. Yesterday we had a chance to introduce some of our powwow committee that we've all been working on the powwow all year long. And so today we have a little short video clip with the rest of our committee. And so we're going to show media and vendor. So again, thank you all for joining and we're going to have a great day today. So thank you.
I can't find where he's reading all that stuff.
Awesome.
Hi, welcome to the Media Committee. My name is Shandine Bigay. I am a second year MSW student concentrating in American Indian and Alaskan Native. And my tribe is from the Navajo Nation.
Hi, I'm Tess. I am a first year MSW student. I'm concentrating in American Indian and Alaska Native.
Hey everyone, I'm Chase Breyer. I'm a second year MSW student pursuing the AIAN concentration. I'm a member of the Chickasaw Nation. So our committee is really involved in promoting the powwow. So we work with establishing relationships with external stakeholders, collaborating with other committees, as well as looking for strategic ways to market the event throughout the year. So we thank you all for joining us and we hope that you enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to WashU's 30th Annual Powwow. My name is Alejandra Gonzalez, member of the Yankton Sioux Tribe, MSW student here at the Brown School of Social Work.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan Connell. I'm a member of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, and I'm a second year MSW student here at the Brown School studying American Indian and Alaska Native social work.
Hi, I'm Sharon Evans, and I'm a member of the Navajo Tribe, and I'm a first year MSW student and with the American Indian Alaska Native concentration.
And I'm Tanae LeClaire. I'm a member of the Yankton Sioux Tribe. I'm a first year MSW student here at Brown School, and I'm concentrating in American Indian Alaska Native communities. And we are the vendor committee, and we just like to welcome you and hope you have a great weekend with us.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back. Thank you for that powwow committees. Thank you for sharing a little bit about yourself. letting Indian country know who you are and who went in all your efforts that you've put in to contribute to this time together. So thank you for that. We appreciate you and everything that you do for your community and all surrounding communities there. Oh, let's see. I'm logged in also to watching the keeping an eye on the Facebook comments here. Just wanted to shout out again to the vendors. Please visit the vendors. Link is in the Facebook comments. See, who was that? One of the vendors, Suburban Wigwam, also accepts Diet Pepsi as a form of payment. So keep that in mind. Oh, all right. Diet Pepsi. Let's see. Haskell, two Haskell alumni. Hey. Yeah, in Indian country, we have alumni plus we have alumni. No, it's oh, Pepsi, yeah, Pepsi. She meant Pepsi, not Pepsi. Yeah, good. Get a diet Pepsi, please. Pepsi. Talking about the Indian language and language preservation. Hey. I was listening to one of my brothers reminiscing about a conversation he had. He was talking about he was going hunting. He said, "What?" He said, "You going hunting?" He said, "What's hunting?" He said, "You know where you go shoot a deer." He said, "Oh, you mean hunting?" Hey, he said, "No, you go hunting." So, yeah. All right. Looks like we are heading into our next portion of the program. We have a gourd dance. Gourd dance coming to us from our head gourd dancer. Our head gourd dancer today, Mr. Tim Robinson Sr. from the Omaha Nation. Before we hit play on this, I'd like to ask Chris to share a little bit about the gourd dance for those that are viewing in and may have never seen it before or have some questions, or maybe you just want to share an expression about the gourd dance. So.
I sure appreciate this opportunity. Again, the gourd dance, here in Oklahoma, again, amongst the Kiowas and the Comanches, it's a very honored dance. You have your veterans organizations, you have like Black Leggings and Kiowa Gourd Clan. And, they have very strict ways when it comes to that gourd. And again, I'd rather someone from those nations, from Kiowa or Comanche, kind of maybe tell the if anybody's on, tell the creation story of the gourd dance. But what I can say right now is that it's a very honored dance, and down in Kiowa and Comanche country, like, honor those veterans during that. A lot of times you see them, they have a starting song and they have a set of songs that they sing before they begin gourd. And that starting song is kind of like a calling song, as you might understand. And again, it has a lot of etiquette to that gourd dance, and even the items that that they carry in there all represent different things. And again, it depends on what tribe is having that gourd dance, because there's gourd clans all through Indian country. You have your Osage Gourd Clan, you have Oto Gourd Clan, even Pawnee Gourd Clan, and they all kind of have differences, like you had mentioned yesterday, amongst things. But overall, they're there to give that good feeling, that healing, and also to honor, individuals. So during this gourd dance, it's a real respectful dance. You'll see him with the rattle, gourd rattle, or some of them have different kind of rattles, but normally it's a gourd. And they're not real flashy. There's, again, it's an honor dance. So again, it's something to be respected. And I always enjoy those songs, especially when you hear those Kiowa and Comanche songs, because they have meanings behind majority of those songs. They're talking about different things. And again, of course, um, you have to ask those individuals, that know those songs pretty well, what song is what and what family, those songs belong to and whatnot. So there's a lot of things involved in on that gourd dance, and that's just a little bit that I can share with you. Ho.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, it's I agree with you there. It'd be nice if we had a Kiowa elder, somebody that can share a little bit more about the gourd dance. Myself, I'm married into the Kiowa tribe. My wife, she's Kiowa, part of the Sotai and Cotaseat families there, and the gourd dance that's their dance. Kiowa people. Also, my wife, she's part of their language revitalization right now. They have a whole language course and revitalization program going right now, and so I get the opportunity to sit in while she's doing her classes online, or they're not classes, but their time together where they're learning and they're developing their materials and their all of these different conversations that they're having. It's real interesting to hear some of the elders that they have online, and I really like just kind of listening, because you could just tell those older folks, and when they're talking and they like to share, because they don't oftentimes get to share these things, the things that they know. Been hearing some stories, and they talk about the way things were and kind of the way things are now. And so when you really to it and you sit down and you have a chance to listen to some of these Kiowa elders, they can really tell you about the gourd dance, and what it means to them. So, and every year, 4th of July, Kiowa country down Carnegie, they have their Kiowa gourd clan. So, always good eats. Hey. But anyways, like many of our native celebrations. And then I also heard too back there, one of my father-in-law there, Mr. Tom Phillips, shared that somewhere back in there, and I don't really know the full story, but the Kiowa tribe shared that dance with the Oto folks, Oto Missouri people. So, and then it's grown in popularity, and a lot of different tribes partake now, and so. But again, there's some origins there, so we get an opportunity, visit with your Kiowa elders there, and but with that, I think we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Tim Robinson, our head gourd dancer from the Omaha Nation. Oh. All right, good, good. Gourd dance, good, 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 good. Aho, aho. Thank you, Mr. Tim Robinson Sr. for that exhibition on that gourd dance exhibition. And when you're at a powwow, you know, get that arena full. There always be a lot of gourd dancers, boy. Just imagine an arena full of gourd dancers. So it always makes you feel real good. So that's really, really awesome. So thank you, Mr. Tim Robinson Sr., you know, Omaha Nation. And thank you, Otter Trail, for providing those songs, that music. We sure appreciate that. At this time, it looks like what we're going to do next is we're going to move on over and we're going to roll into one of the moments of our program where we do what we're considering, what we're calling our grand entry, And so we know it's a little bit different being virtual, right? But we want to try to keep protocol as much as possible. So we have a few things that we're going to be sharing, and I'm going to ask Chris, or we're going to ask Chris Hill, Mr. Chris Hill here to explain and introduce our next portion here as we prepare for the grand entry. Oh, Chris.
I sure appreciate that. You know, again, I know things are a lot different these days, and you guys are doing a real good job, doing the best you can with what you've got. Accordingly, they're going to start with the flag song. And that flag song, is many nations have a flag song, and it talks about, their flags, of course, I know like for the Oto Missouri tribe, their flag song is kind of a simple song. It talks about, that white flag that's waving. And anyway, it's a real good honored song, and they sing this song to recognize that tribal nation. And then you roll into what they call a memorial song. And that memorial song is for all the ones that have passed on, have gone on. I know this year, there's not too many Indian families out there that haven't lost someone. And so again, during this memorial song, they ask you to, please rise during these songs and and remember those ones that have gone on. And I know this year, again, I know there's many families out there that's in mourning, and then they call upon a veteran song, and that veteran song, is to recognize all past, present veterans, ones that have served our country. And again, those veteran songs, that's what they normally talk about, is a certain veteran or I know for like the Pawnees, they've got a whole slew of veteran songs because every family basically has a veteran in it. So, a lot of those family songs in Pawnee, they're all veteran songs. They'll fly that veterans flag during their veterans powwow and then sing their family song. And so, you go to some of these nations, man, they got, several veteran songs. So again, this is just a little bit about, these songs um, and the meaning behind these songs. And I'll turn the time back over to Courtney.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for those explanations there. And it's just a reminder, that our indigenous, our native ways, although diverse, wherever you go across Turtle Island, they're diverse. But they all, they're everything always means something, right? Everything's meaningful and purposeful. We don't do things just to do them. We don't just wear things just to wear them, from the dress to the songs to the dances to the food to the different ways of prayer. We pray as the traditional way, but then we also have a lot of different other ways that we believe we live through prayer. And so anyway, just wanted to, that's what comes to my heart as you're talking, Chris, that everything that we do is done, it's meaningful and purposeful, and should be done carefully. We try to learn it, try to teach it, try to share it to our children, and keep it going. And we try to do it purposefully and try to be careful with it, so that it's done in a good way. So, but with that, I think we're gonna turn it over to our eye in the sky. What I say, we're going to hit play and we're going to go. There's a whole set of team back there they got all the knobs and the dials and everything. Kind of like, remember on Wizard of Oz, there was that guy behind the curtain, but there's a whole team of them, and so they're doing a good job. So they're getting that all queued up for us, kind of waiting on the high sign there. It looks like we're ready. So you heard the explanation of these next few songs here and this next section. So please join us and have as we pay some reverence and respect to the flag song, veteran memorial song, and then our veteran song. So thank you very much.
Good morning. I am retired Captain John L. Brenninger of the United States Public Health Service and a member of the United Nations Veteran Affairs Committee, ONVAC. Our 9 committee members are appointed by the Oneida Business Committee for 3-year terms. Each of us have served our country and have been honorably discharged from one of the 7 uniform services. It is truly our honor to present the colors at the Washington University St. Louis Virtual Powwow 2021. First, I would like to thank the Catherine M. Bader American Indian Studies Center at Brown School for the invitation to participate. Furthermore, we'd like to thank the Otter Tail Singers for their outstanding drumming and singing in making our presentation of the colors a great success. Our process today is to present the colors with the Otter Tail Singers in the background. As you will recognize, the Oneida Nation flag will be located in the position of prominence to the left of the United States flag. This is allowable by the U.S. Flag Code if the tribal nation has a flag code, which the Oneida Nation has, and any presentation of the colors which takes place on tribal lands may place the tribal nation's flag in the position of prominence with no disrespect for the United States flag. They will both be displayed at the same height. This is the Oneida Nation's expression of self-governance and sovereignty. Our presentation will be led by our ONVAC Eagle staff, carried by Ben Skenador, United States Army. The Oneida tribal flag will be carried by Jerry Cornelius, United States Army. The U.S. flag was carried by Dale Webster, United States Army. The Wisconsin state flag is carried by John Berninger of the U.S. Public Health Service, and our POW flag is carried by Art Cornelius of the United States Air Force. Our national anthem today is sung in the Oneida language by the Oneida Hymn Singers. Color Guard, attention, forward, march. Color Guard, halt, left, face. Present colors.
All right. I want to thank the Oneida Nation Color Guard. Thank you for that and for for getting us started. We appreciate that. It was really good. Appreciate you for preparing all of that and submitting that video and sharing that insight into what you all bring and how you support the nation there. So thank you for your service, gentlemen. We appreciate you. Want to thank all the dancers who submitted videos for today's powwow, for today's session, today's Sunday session. Super Sunday, or I don't know what do they call Sunday. I know they always say Friday night live or Saturday night live. I don't know. I'm not in on the lingo these days, but they always call them something. Fun Day Friday or Saturday. I don't know. Anyways, we're here today, Sunday, Booter Center, Washington University Powwow. I want to thank all the dancers who submitted their powwow videos. We have a total of 25 contestants, so we'll be viewing 25 different videos throughout this afternoon, various contests. Let's see, we want to also thank, again, the Oneida Nation Color Guard, the grand entry with the prayer from, we're going to be going into that here in a few minutes, and some more welcomes. I'll introduce those. We want to say thank you for the Booter Charitable Foundation for supporting the Native students in the powwow for over 30 years. Chris, this has been going on for over 30 years. This is almost older than us. Hey. All right, good. So 30 years. Thank you for that support. And as was expressed earlier, you know, that support is really reverberated throughout Indian country across Turtle Island. And it's for many years to come as well, because you're investing in the people. So that's good. We appreciate that. I also want to thank the Student Powwow Committee, the Booter alumni who are tuning in. All right, alumni. All right. And then our Washington University and St. Louis community. Also want to thank and recognize Chancellor Andrew Martin, Provost Beverly Wendland, and the Dean of the Brown School, Mary McKay. And so we'll be hearing a welcome from Dean McKay. And we'll also be hearing a blessing from Artley Skinnendorf from the Oneida Nation. So we want to thank Artley Skinnendorf for that blessing we'll be sharing with us, as well as after the blessing and the welcome from Dean McKay, we're going to go into Otter Trail and we'll do some intertribal dancing. So get up and move around wherever you are tuning in. Video yourself dancing and video your children dancing, and just post it in the comments so that we can share and we can see and we can all dance together. Then we're gonna move into some head staff intros. So some of our head staff, they submitted some introductions and they have a short message that they want to share with you all. Then we're gonna wrap it up with a few intertribal songs from Young Buffalo Horse. And then after that, we're gonna jump into, it looks like we're gonna move into our contests. But Chris, is there anything that you wanted to add before we move into our prayer from Mr. Artley Skinnendorf?
No, I think you got it. You got it down.
All right, thank you, Suburban Wigwam at Sunday Fun Day. Hey. Mr. Artley Skinnendorf, offer our prayer.
Danen soda hosioste nen ganjokwa nen ganyuliwis, nen wadanundak, nen chungwa wehe nen uska himwa negula nen swakweg, nen chungwa wehe nen yohahi nen haliwegwe gol nen skana nen donoktunyo. I'd like to first begin by saying to you all on this good day that our minds should be one, our thoughts should be with each other, and we should have that good feeling of thanksgiving as we begin this gathering this year. This is the 30th gathering of this powwow, and it's also one of the first that is going to be accomplished on a virtual setting. It means wherever we are at this moment, we are coming together with that thought of putting our feet on the ground and putting our thoughts in front of us, that we can be all together in a different way, but still have that thought of thanksgiving, still have that thought of being able to encourage each other. For this circle, when we come together and dance, wherever that circle is, it's the renewal of our feelings. It's the renewal of our spirit. It's the renewal of coming together. We say, Uska hiwat negula. I'd ask you all, in the very best ways, to have that handshake right now. Extend that good feeling, that good encouragement wherever you are. If you're with your family, have that thought with them. Express that heart of what dance, what song represents to this creation. When we think of this time when we come together, if we were all in the same place in this arena, we would say that we would look to our left and we'd look to our right, and we'd say thank you that we're all gathered together on this day. So even though we're on this virtual format, we can still have that powerful opportunity to extend that strongest of feelings of spirit, brighten the fire from the youngest to the oldest, tuadini hunya nihe, then ladik sasu ladik stahago and tuadini hunya nihe and ganton and ojistoan, is that big fire of the family is what comes to mind. That big fire of the family, that spirit of renewal, that we can all gather together at this moment, wherever we are, and we can share that powerful feeling of uska hingwa negula, that one-mindedness. And as we have that thought today, we share that with one another. We also say that we're thankful, yungwa wajili, that our families are gathered together wherever we are, from the youngest to the oldest, that we can have that finest of feelings this day. So as a way of opening this good gathering, as a way of putting that thought of that it be a gagahagwaktalhas, that it covers us as we're all together right now, that we have that with our hearts and with our spirit, that we share this good day and this good celebration, the 30th annual powwow. Lugiwa.
Hello, my name is Mary McKay, and I have the privilege of being the dean at the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the first ever virtual powwow event. You as attendees, you'll have the real pleasure and opportunity to enjoy virtual dancing, drumming, contests. Please also interact with our vendors, information booths. There'll be educational information available to you. Please, I hope that you enjoy all. Let me take a moment to thank our native dancers, the royalty who are attending, and the entire powwow committee for creating an interactive two-day event. There's some special thank yous that I want to offer to the powwow head staff. First, Laura Rice is a 2010 Brown Booter alum and is serving as head woman. Edmund Black Thunder will be head man. Tim Robinson, the head gourd dancer. Young Buffalo Horse and Otter Trail are our drum groups. Thank you to Ron Brave, who is serving as our arena director. Alva Fiddler, our head judge, and the Oneida Nation Veterans Affairs Committee as our color guard. So just a reminder to all attending that the powwow will run from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., but also will be available on the Booter Center's Washington University in St. Louis powwow Facebook page. I want to end by acknowledging the Booter Foundation and the Booter family for supporting Native students for over 30 years. Thank you all for attending.
Numpa Kiri, Wachi Ake Wahido. Welcome to day 2 of the St. Louis University Powwow. Again, welcome to all the singers, the dancers, the drums, the veterans, and all the people coming to support our powwows. Also, again, it's a great honor to be selected as head man dancer for this year's powwow. It's a great honor. Also, want to say thank you again to the university, the students, and the faculty for bringing us all together again so we could celebrate all the good things that have come to us. And again, we want to continue to recognize our future leaders, our young people, to encourage them that whatever they're doing, it's for the good of the people. So I just want to say that much again, and everybody have good thoughts, good minds, be good to one another, and have a good weekend. Pidama ya pado.
My name is Laura Rice, or Chamikwa, and I'm Prairie Band, Potawatomi, Kickapoo, and Sac and Fox on my dad's side, and I'm Yurok and Wintune on my mom's side. And I am this year's head woman dancer. I'm really honored to take on that role, to have been offered it and been able to accept. Not only is it an important role when we're at in-person powwows, being the first lady out there during certain dances, along with the head man to lead the dancers out. But also, I graduated from Washington University in St. Louis in 2010 with my Master of Social Work from the Brown School of Social Work. So really grateful to be a part of the virtual powwow this year. And I'm thankful to the committee that they decided to have the powwow this year and that they decided to do it in a safe way for our families and communities. I did want to make mention of the regalia I'm wearing. It's from my mom's side, which is Yurok and Wintune. And while they're not, traditionally they didn't have powwows, they still only have, you can still only find like a few powwows up in that area because they have different gatherings and they have different ceremonies instead. But I think powwows are a great opportunity to learn about other tribes. So what I'm wearing here is a basket cap and necklaces. Traditionally, for our ceremonies, the girls would wear basket caps, which are made of all natural materials. So the tribe being in the redwoods and being along the river, they had access to that. And so it's a whole, lots of different steps to getting baskets made. You have to go gather them and you have to prepare them to get ready to make a basket. So myself, I'm not a basket weaver, but my auntie is. So I learn what I can from her. She's been weaving baskets for I think over 10 years now, but she still considers herself a beginner. That's how fine the basket work can be. And then for our dresses, the top of the dress is necklaces, and then the bottom's buckskin covered in shells and sometimes beads now, and pine nuts. So I'm wearing abalone shell, olivella. We also use a lot of dentalium and clam shells. And then too, you'll see in our regalia pine nuts, which come out of pine cones. Not something that people might think of when they're thinking about pine cones, but this is what you can get out of them. You see them in a lot of our regalia and jewelry. So I just wanted to share that little bit with you. And again, I thank you for participating in the powwow this year. I hope that by connecting here in this virtual space, that you feel uplifted, and I hope that you enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tim Robinson from the Omaha tribe of Nebraska. I've been living here in Lawrence, Kansas for a number of years. Worked at the Haskell Indian Nations University. Been gourd dancing for quite a number of years. I've been also I'm a straight dancer, and I enjoy going to powwows. Me and my family enjoy going to powwows. But through this epidemic and everything, we are just kind of limited on things that we can do within that sacred circle. I want to thank the powwow committee for allowing me to be their head gourd dancer. Even though I'll be the only one out here, I will try my best. I'll do my best today. We will have Uda Atite. Thank you for this day, Wakanda. Okay.
Midakiapi, Chante Vashte Nachizapi, Lampu Ranka Washtewi Inichiapi. Hello, relatives. My name is Alba Fiddler. I am Lakota from Eagle Butte, South Dakota. My Lakota name means Good Eagle Feather Woman. I am a women's traditional dancer, and I am serving as your head judge this weekend for the Washington University virtual powwow. And I had a lot of videos to watch, and there was a lot of good dancing, and it was very challenging to pick just a few winners out of the groups. You all did so well, and it made my heart happy again to see the good feelings that were in those videos and putting your outfit on. And I miss that feeling because it's been so long that I was able to do that. This pandemic has been hard on us all, but I'd like to thank the Washington University Powwow Committee for selecting me as your head judge this year and bringing that good feeling back to me and through these videos that I got to watch and judge. And I know we'll all be together again someday in actual powwow ground somewhere, able to share the arena together like we used to. But again, I just want to say thank you all for your videos and your hard work. You all did very good, and it was very hard to pick winners. Everyone did so good, and I just want to say thank you for your submissions and dancing with us this weekend on the virtual powwow. And I want to say stay safe, keep your mask on, stay healthy, and y'all are in my prayers. Thank you.
Go. Hey, this is Al Santos of the Otter Trail Singers. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the Washington University Powwow Committee in St. Louis for once again inviting us to be your host Southern Drum. Now, of course, we're doing it in a virtual format this time because of the pandemic that we're going through, but we're very honored that you invited us once again. We've been around since 1992 as a drum group, and of course I myself have served as MC and head singer all across Indian country. But we'd like to take this opportunity to thank you guys, and we hope that next year we can do it live and in living color. So on behalf of the Otter Trail Singers, we truly appreciate it.
My name is Robert Lincoln with Young Buffalo Horse, and on behalf of our drum group, I would like to say thank you to the Washington University Powwow Committee for selecting us as this year's host Northern Drum. I'd like to start off by recognizing members of our drum group. Our lead singer, Bryce Bailey, who is currently serving in the U.S. Army. Kyle Lincoln, Dustin Harjo, Trey Dupree, Manoa Green, Sergio Yahola, Keenan Springer, Anthony Yahola, Colton Shawnee, Skylar Nkosi, Colt Nestle Lincoln, Jackson Yerby, and Shima Lincoln. Again, thank you for this opportunity. We hope that you'll get many blessings from our song, especially for all the ones that are having a difficult time. for all the loved ones lost and for all the people that are sick and having trouble with food and money and all the stress that goes along with this virus. We hope that you'll get many blessings from our music. Again, thank you so much for selecting us for this year's powwow.
All right. Thank you, Young Buffalo Horse Singers and head staff. Thank you for those good expressions and those welcomes, and we sure appreciate that. Mr. Skinnendorf, appreciate that prayer and starting us off in that good way, and really like the way that you brought us all together and reminding us of those good things that how we should be conducting ourselves, and how we should be feeling about this, right? It's opportunity that we can continue to share and connect in different ways. So our head man dancer, Mr. Edmund Black Thunder, thank you for your good words. Sure making that pearl snap button look sharp there, looking pretty ace. Miss Laura, I sure appreciated your share, your cultural share with your dress from your tribe up there representing in the Northern California Redwoods region, and sharing that was really good. We don't often get to hear that and get to learn about those around this way in the Midwestern states and Oklahoma. So I appreciate that. That was a good share. And let's see, Tim Robinson, made good expressions. Our head woman, or our head judge, Miss Alva Fiddler, must send me my star blanket back whenever you're done with you had good words, so thank you for that. Always good to hear from you and see you. And want to recognize that we do have our arena director, Mr. Ron Brave. He is live and in action right now on Facebook Live. He's in the chat. Ho, Young Buffalo Horse, he says. So ask him anything, Aho Otter Trail. So interact with Mr. Ron Brave. He's there. He's going to help us out today, this afternoon, in our virtual arena. So make sure them singers get plenty of coffee. All right, they like to stay coffeeed up. So we know how that goes. Let's see here.
I just wanted to say a quick thing. Boy, I really appreciate and thought a lot about that blessing that individual gave. Man, that was keen. How he spoke that language, and and gave that instructions afterwards. What he was saying, and again, that's all about sovereignty. That's what makes him who he is. So again, I'd like to say a ho to that individual like that. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. I think at some point here this afternoon, we're going to have our arena director. He's going to be joining us here on Zoom. So he'll be giving us some shout outs and bring into the action, bring into the live action. As we were sitting there watching the songs playing, Young Buffalo Horse, offering us their songs. And also mention thank you, the head singers there, for Young Buffalo Horse and Otter Trail for giving us their welcome. But while I was listening to those songs, and I started thinking to powwows and the songs, intertribals be going around. Intertribals, we used to be running around at their tape recorders, going to each drum and like that. And now we can log online and watch them on YouTube and all those that's all right, but I sure miss those. So when I dug out my bag here of tapes, a bag of powwow tapes. Need to get these transferred over, I guess, but man, got some all the way back to 1999 Denver March powwow, Red Earth, 1999. Got an old Mystic River tape in there. Got some Skamitzen from back in the way back there. Anyways, shout out to everyone that has their bag of tapes. So, all right, powwow tapes. We have our singers here and ready for our special. All right. You know what? Before you guys, so we got a special thing going to happen this afternoon. special honoring. Before we get to that, do we want to go ahead and jump into our first category here to get some dancing started? What do you think about that, Chris?
That sounds good to me. That sounds good.
All right. Well, I'm going to announce our first contest here. Looks like we're ready. We're queued up. And we're calling all the women's fancy shawl dancers to the arena, to the virtual arena. Our women's fancy shawl dancers. We have 5 contestants. So please stay tuned, and we're going to go right over to them. And after that, we're going to come back to Chris and family. Aho! Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Wope Bolbear. I am Oglala Lakota. Thank you to the Washington University Powwow for giving the opportunity to dance again.
Awesome. Thank you, dancers. Thank you for submitting your videos and sharing your dance style. And again, notice the backgrounds, right? We had dancers. We got a little glimpse into homelands of all kinds of different tribal nations that submitted their videos. So thank you. It's good to see. Good to see homelands from all different nations. At this time, I think we have a very special opportunity here. And so I'm going to turn it over to Chris Hill. He's going to take us into, has something planned special here and a bit of an honoring. And so we always want to make time for that. And so I'm going to give you all the time that you need. And so thank you again. So Chris, take it away. Chris and family.
Aho and Mado. I sure appreciate this. Again, we're doing this in respect to the Pipestem family, in honor of them. Caitlin Pipestem, she's a student there, getting ready to graduate. And at this time, her family wanted to take just a little bit of time today and to not only honor Caitlin at this time, but all the graduates there at WashU. You know, it really makes their heart feel good to know that she's doing a good job up there, and she's been able to accomplish many things, you know, and at this time, her family wanted to do this for her. And again, you know, we called upon, she comes from a long line of singers, you know, in her family, and her father is here. You know, he traveled a long ways to be here today, you know, and her uncle is here as well, and all her family members are here today to show some respect and honor not only to her but to her fellow students, her class that is graduating. So at this time, I'd like to turn the time over to Rock Pipestem and his singers at this time. Oh.
Big day for us. We want to sing appropriate songs to honor Caitlin and all the work that she did and all her fellow students. And it's a prayer. It's a beautiful prayer asking God to walk with our kids and to walk with God, walk a sacred and holy walk with the Lord. So we're gonna sing that song for all these kids and honor Caitlin also.
Wilson Pipestem to turn time over to him.
Well, just want to say a few words on behalf of my niece and my family here. You know, Caitlin Rose Pipestem, she's dear to us, and she grew up with her grandfolks, Browning and Sharon Pipestem. You know, she's from the Van Man Tallville family on the Cheyenne side. The Pipestem, the Missouri chief, descended on the Ocho side. She's a part of the Kirk family, Moika Mordan, Osage side. And, you know, she has been a person since a little girl that had, you know, high expectations for her. Her grandfolks had high expectations of what she would do and what she might accomplish. And, this is one of the biggest moments here for her to get a master's degree and be a graduate of WashU, which is a prestigious university. And, our family, that's education matters to us. And that's, that's the way we were taught by our folks. And so Caitlin, she's kind of done remarkably well here. And, WashU, I've grown up knowing about this university and this Master's of Social Work program that has produced many Native people professionals who have gone on to do good things. And I know Caitlin, she is going to be using her education and her experience at WashU to continue to work to the healing of Native communities and Native people. And for our family, that's kind of a new ground for us and having that kind of professional in the family. So it's we're just couldn't be more pleased with her and just so thankful to WashU who've seen about her. And she's had people that have encouraged her along the way when she was trying to decide where to go to school and all that. And Molly Tovar, she was one person that went way out of her way for her. And my friend Robbie McGee, he taught her and was very helpful. My friend Miriam Jorgensen taught Caitlin, and I've known her as a professional and a friend. And just we've taught Caitlin when she'd come home from school. Maybe some of your families, you have this where they, sometimes your kids or your family come to school and they just kind of don't have much to say about this class or that. She's been different. She would talk about what she was learning right at the time, and she would talk about each class and what was going on with her and what they were learning. And so we learned from her, and then we would talk about sometimes there'd be some application to this community here, or some way that might something her grandma said or her grandpa said that might be useful or applicable to what she was doing. And we tried to have that kind of conversation. So we're just our family's so proud of all the graduates of WashU. I know that got another student, college student now, and another one going on to college, and they speak highly of WashU as a educational institution. It's a desirable place, and it's a prestigious school. So we're just thankful for that, this time that Caitlin has had there and what it means for her professionally. And our hope and our prayer is that the university, this education opportunity, is again going to create more opportunities for healing in our communities. I know that there was a study not long ago of a survey of Native people about what they thought they needed in their communities, and there's a lot of things you might well expect to see there, dealing with racism and those sort of things. But the number one thing was dealing with mental health. And maybe there's a need for more attention to that. Maybe WashU and maybe my niece, maybe others could be a part of that healing and part of that solution. So we're thankful to WashU that has said Indian students are a priority there. And they've gone out of their way to make that a opportunity for Native students there. And so we've seen across the country some of those graduates and the things they're doing, ones that live right around here, ones that live, all across Indian country. They're out there doing things and using that education. So just on behalf of my niece, Caitlin, and behalf of our family, we're just so proud here, this opportunity to be here, just to say a word about these graduates and what it means to us, just in the case of this young lady who we're so proud of. And so my sister and our family, we've got, it's kind of different here being in a virtual environment, but we're going to try to express ourselves through a gift to the Booter Center for American Indian Students there at WashU, and we'll be providing that to them. And so doing our best to kind of honor this song and this occasion of not only Caitlin, but all the Native students at WashU. So thank you for the opportunity to just say a few words.
Turn it back over to Courtney. Thank you again. Oh,
family. Good. All right, am I on? Do I have did I hit all the right buttons? I'm not sure. But again, we want to say good. Thank you for the family there, Pipe Stem family. Make those good expressions on behalf of their daughter, our niece, Caitlin Pipestem, one of the many up for graduation this year, students there at Washington University, Booter scholars, and I mentioned yesterday I've been blessed and privileged myself to be amongst that group there. We know that a lot of support is needed, and it's just the way to you've seen this Booter Center grow in the community, and the way that they've grown to really support the students from all directions that come there. It's just a great thing, and really good expressions from the family. I want to thank Caitlin, my niece. Thank you for all your sacrifices that you've made the past couple of years, and thank the family as well. Your father, Rock, is him and I kind of grew up together, and we there's actually a story a real short story I wanted to share. Many years ago, Washington University powwow in St. Louis asked our drum group, Blackbird Singers, to come up and be host drum. So we all took off, and loaded up, and me and Rock took off, and loaded the drum in, and then we had a couple other cars behind us. They were coming a few hours behind us, and there my transmission went out. You remember that, Rock? Hey, there we were somewhere. I don't even remember where we were. That transmission went out. Hey, that was rugged. And then there we were pushing that car, trying to get it out of the way off of the road. And one thing led to another. And pretty soon I looked back, boy, Brother Rock's laying over there. Boy, I spread out on the ground. Was trying to, but I was kind of worried about it, but he was all right. And but that was kind of our first experience up there at St. Louis at Washington University powwow, and it was a very memorable experience. But we made it, and here we are. And many years later, his daughter, she's accomplishing something great from that university. So it's such a blessing, see how these things work out. Her uncle Wilson Pipestem, thank you for those words. Uncle Jeremy Merriman there singing as well, and I know your Aunt Veronica loves you very much and supports you. And so just also wanted to mention your grandfather, Browning Pipestem, that mentioned his name just because means a lot to Indian country. And then I know that there's a big smile there as you've accomplished what you have and what you're doing in this milestone, and then many more to come. You got all of our support, and that goes to all the graduates, all the students there. So anyways, family, Pipestem family, sharing that good time, that expressions for us. Hello, Ron Brave, our virtual AD, joined us on Zoom. How you doing, Ron?
I'm doing good. How about you guys? You guys are doing good, man.
Awesome.
Yeah, keeping his eye on us, Yeah. Well, good. Glad you could join us. So you're zooming in from Lawrence, Kansas.
Jayhawk country.
Yeah. You got a message for us today? You want to share something with us, whatever's on your heart, on your mind, or whatever you want?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, gee, thank you, committee, for, having this virtual powwow and stuff like that, man. That's great. And it seems good to hear good music. It takes a lot to kind of really get this together, man. And so, the powwow committee, you're doing good, and that's all right. Yeah, they put me on as a arena director, but there is no really arena director around. But so we just kind of, like you said, just kind of answer questions, And I always want to say, when a person gets selected to do this arena directing, their choice, whoever they choose, if they choose somebody, and that person comes and attends the powwow. From what I was taught, is that's the arena director's arena now. That's his or her arena now. So you got to take over. You got to coordinate and make sure everything's going just right. And also it's the best seat in the house, huh? You guys got good right in the crow's nest, and arena directors all over the place, and it's good to have even a helper here and there.
Yeah.
Like you say, take coffee around and take care of the host drum, take care of all the drums, take care of the dancers, and see what's not even what's going on in the arena, even on the perimeter of the arena too. Keep a peripheral vision on everything, and look for anything that's not in the ordinary, down feathers or bells or anything that might have slid off somebody's regalia, or somebody's always trying to wave to you, say, hey, come here, there's something over here or something like that. So it's really, I really enjoy it. I've done it for a long time, and South Dakota, Nebraska, all through the midway there. I came down to from South Dakota. I left South Dakota when I was 17 years old, and I came to Haskell. About the second thing I did when I arrived at Haskell was I went down to the powwow arena. For some reason, I said, man, I'm away from home, and I just went down to the powwow arena, and I just stood around down there. I was the only one down there in about 20-degree weather, Yeah. Yeah, but it feels good. I like what I do, and I like that.
Yeah.
And one more quick little shout out. All right, powwow audience, bring your old powwow buttons out, okay?
Hey.
I got one here from Gathering of Nations, 2nd annual. I got one here from Chicago, 1985.
Oh, all right.
That was a crazy year that year at the Chicago powwow, man. We got iced in.
Oh.
All right, I better let you guys take over, I guess.
Oh, no, that's good. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing, Ron. It's good. Good memories. Man, I like that. Yeah, I remember they used to give those, used to be powwow buttons, isn't it?
Buttons all over. I remember 48's powwow in North Dakota. They get powwow button, and then Sunday night you got a number in the back, and it's for a free trip to Hawaii for two,
Oh, wow.
I don't know anybody that won, but I still didn't get that 10 or nothing.
Still waiting on them to call your number in it.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, powwow buttons and then those powwow shirts and things like that. Back in we used to have contests, you win those ribbons or trophies,
Yeah,
that.
trophies. How about Rapid City powwow? One time they had a powwow button, an armband, and then an invisible stamp. no sneaking in there, man.
Yeah.
Like 3 things you had to have on.
Oh, awesome. Well, hey, it's been good. I'm glad you're able to join us today and able to join us here on Zoom. Feel free to stick around,
Yeah.
And actually it looks like our next category we're moving into is the women's jingle. So I saw the women's jingle come into the virtual arena. I'm gonna look at our arena director here. Whenever he gives us the high sign, we're gonna hit play on these videos. All right, looks like we're ready.
My name is Kimmy Wangul Brain Woman Angela McEwen.
I am a member of Batchewana First Nation and Anishinaabe Lakota from northern Minnesota, Obadjuan, Northern Lake Superior. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to dance.
Wow, that was awesome display right there. Let's give all our competitors, contestants, a round of applause on that one. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, good job. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Chris.
Boy, I really like that one contestant's outfit. She had that little butterfly bag. Thought that was super keen right there. That was awesome. Everybody had cool outfits though, man. I was amazed on how beautiful. I know they probably took a lot of time creating those outfits.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. All on twisting all those cones, kind of get I don't know, get cut here and there, but you push on and hey.
I often wondered, does that mean they had to dip a lot of snuff to get all those cones? No.
Yeah, that's what they always be all kind of teeth, kind of some way. H, I don't know. Ron Bray was posting around in Facebook comments here, and he said that he has twisted cones, and in his time he's collected them. He's done a lot of dipping. I hate China, but let's see. When I'm looking at the comments here, we got people from St. Louis, Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa, Sault Ste. Marie, Chippewa. Good. All right. Awesome. We got folks coming, joining us from all over the place. I was also reading that we have today, we have reached 2,167 people. So that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the joining in. Let's see. We showed some of the dancers showed their names, but I'll go ahead and their names of the dancers for the jingle dress. They were, oh my gracious, I can't even say the names. Give me one, go Quay. I'm sure I mispronounced that. Randy, Rowena, Taylor, Heather, Ontario, Shauna and Keely. So thank you all for your entries and for joining us and showing us your style. A couple announcements here. Again, we have a shawl raffle, and that is available in the chat comments where you can go and check out the shawl raffle. The shawl was donated by Shawls by Sherry. I believe she's from the Pawnee Nation. And that will be, you'll be entered into a giveaway for the shawl raffle. And that'll be announced later this week on Facebook. So if you enter, check your email, you may be a winner by the end of the week. And also, I'd like to announce that we'd like to thank the powwow sponsors and contributors for their support in making the 30th annual powwow happen. The National Endowments for the Arts, Missouri Humanities Council, the Automated Election Services, Acorn Insurance Agency, the St. Louis Art Museum, New Mexico Cherokee Community, and Mind's Eye. And the following Washington University programs: the Women's Society, the International Center for Energy, Environment and Sustainability, the Brown School, the Center for Humanities, Art History and Archaeology, Sociology, and the committee could not have done it without them. So applause to them, give them a round of applause. We thank them for their support, continued support, and just know that your support, your contributions, it reaches many, right? It reaches many. Just today alone, we reached over 2,000. Yesterday, we reached over in a big number as well. And so, and that's just for this event alone, but the impact goes further and further and beyond. So we thank you for your support there. Cultural sharing, right? Cultural sharing. Up next, it looks like we have Women's Northern Traditional. Women's Northern Traditional. We have 4 contestants. Chris, take us into Women's Northern Traditional, if you would, please.
Well, that's one I really don't know too much about, to be honest. And I do know, well, I'll just say that we'd have to probably call upon some of our watchers if they know the story behind that Northern traditional style of dance for the women. I'd be interested in learning that myself. So,
Awesome.
anyway.
Yeah, definitely a lot to learn, especially when you look at all the different styles that are going to be represented here. We might have some that are stationary. We might have some that move. We might have different tribes represented in their regalia. So we look forward to that. But the Women's Northern Traditional, one of the original styles of the women's style of dance. So please join us at this time as we watch the Women's Northern Traditional. Music provided by Young Buffalo Horse. Oh.
Hello, my name is Maxine Orozco, and I am contestant number 4 competing in the Women's Northern Traditional category. Thank you to the Powwow Committee for having this virtual special, and may you guys all stay healthy and have a great day.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Maxine, Kyla, Morgan, and December. December, all the way from Fort Hall, Idaho. All right. Thank you. And other dancers, I guess from all over Indian country. Appreciate it. Appreciate you for sharing your dance style. We had a scrub dancer there. We had northern cloth. We had a northern buckskin. Just a variety there. So I'm sure glad we called on the committee called on Alva Fiddler. She knows what to look for. She's got that. She understands the diversity, the differences, and also origins. She's traveled all over the place. So that's awesome, awesome, awesome. So that looks like that wraps up our women's competition.
I had a quick question.
Chris.
I had a quick question on that. I know I've seen it, those scrub style of dance. I guess that's what they call it. But I was always wondering, I know there's got to be a story behind that. I was going to see if any of our viewers know about that scrub style of dance. I know those Winnebagos and Ho Chunks and northern tribes. They have that, and I've never heard anything on that. And I always was curious. So I don't know. I just thought I'd ask, any of the viewers if they had any information on that, might be able to share. I'm always willing to learn. And so I just thought I'd ask. Sure appreciate it. Ho.
Good. Awesome. So yeah, Chris there put a good question out there. If anybody has anything they want to share about the scrub dance, it'd be greatly appreciated. Chris will give you his medallion and hey, he's trying to give your things away now. In a good way.
God.
All
It's
right.
got Kool-Aid all on the back of it. No.
No, because you don't want that one. Yeah. You. That stained hide in it.
Got that pickles and Kool-Aid. No.
Man. Let's see. Where are we at? Interstate 80. Ron's driving down Interstate 80 right now, making his way to Highway 2. Hey, wanted to also mention in terms of our sponsors, additional sponsors, we want to thank the Office of Undergraduate Admission at Washington University and the Student Coordinating Council of the Brown School. So the Office of Undergraduate Admissions at Washington University and the Student Coordinating Council of the Brown School. So thank you, Mado. Aho.
Yep. I want to say something on this next category that's coming up. I know you had explained it a little bit yesterday, and for our viewers, trying to be interactive, I guess you might say. If any of you guys can remember what Courtney said about that grass dance, please put it in your comments. Let's see how many actually was listening.
What is this guy? Trying to quiz. He's trying to quiz you now. Trying to
I know it.
give smiley face.
Actually, I forgot. So I'm hoping somebody types it down and writes it.
Yeah.
Memory like that. No.
All right. Anybody want to share anything? Cultural knowledge, cultural sharing. As you've heard it, right? Because I think as a part of some of our common principle that we share, common value is trying to be humble, and so we're trying to share things that we know, but we also don't want to come off in a way that we know it all or anything. So
do I have to push
we want
Brave?
to respect each and every one of us during this space, during this time. And I think our arena director, Ron has something to share as well, add to the grass dance. Before we go to that though, I just want to mention those that are wondering, well, where's our women's Southern traditional? I just want to make the announcement that we didn't have any entries for the women's Southern division. So we're not going to show that division this time. But definitely next year, whenever we're gathered in person, We know that Women's Southern usually brings about 1,000 dancers, so we'll be all like that. So, Ron, you want to share something with us?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about the grass dance. And yesterday I made a comment about the greasy grass, you know, and about how it, even you mentioned it, how it sways like this, you know. And I heard one story was told to me that this band of Sioux had these cavalry guys bedded down. They had them all up against this canyon, and just right over here was a real tall grass, natural grass. You know, it grew high, and it was windy, so they knew they had those cavalry people pinned down. And instead of wasting, you know, arrows and their precious bullets in their rifles, they sent some type of grass dancers in there and into that tall grass. And they were doing these motions like this, they were coming up, taunting those cavalry people. And when they seen those cavalry people, seeing them, those type of dancers, they all just unloaded on as much as they could, but slowly that dancer would go right back into the grass again. Not just to have another one pop up over here. Then they focused on that one, and they kept doing that until all their ammunition was gone. And then they all rose up and did their little moves, those moves that they do that just kind of irritates you, you know, that movement that kind of irritates you, you know, when you're going around. So when they ran out of bullets, then I thought, they went in for the kill, you know. Then, you know, grass dancing, I think one of the things when I look for, like if I judge or something, I look for the most, not the speed or anything like that, the most unusual movements, you know, the unusual movements that you can somehow make your body do. Hence, Windy Boy, you know, and those guys like that. So it's just the way that instead of hitting, you know, the drum beats going like this, I like it when the grass dancer kind of just, you know, kind of cheats the beat a little bit, you know, doesn't go with all the beat all the time, but same time, kind of catch up same time too, you know.
Yeah.
But it's one of the, it really came out, if you could, I remember in the 80s, 82, you know, Bismarck, you know, wasn't hardly many grass dancers, you know. All of a sudden, boom, it exploded, you know. Now I often wonder, what's next? What's next in the powwow world? What dance is coming up next, you know? There's something out there. There's something out there that's going to pop up, you know. You know, like you said, the chicken dance or something like that, you know, prairie chicken dance. But the grass dance, yeah, very unique movement in there. And if you can accomplish dancers, they know how to just move their body to make it work for them, you know. And it's there, and again, it's very important about the song too, and the beat of that song, you know.
Yeah. Because
you know, dancers, you know, when you're out there and you hear that song, that little atmosphere surrounds you, and you're in a wholly complete different world. You're in a world that you find yourself doing some movements you have never done before. And you try to do those same movements on the second song, you can't do it sometimes, you know. You can't find it. You can't find it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the grass dance, I mean, just you see some of the old grass dance pictures or footage, some vintage footage. It's just wonderful to take a look at. It makes you wonder who, like, I always wanted to ask Jonathan, well, how did the yarn come about, you know? How did the yarn come about, you know? Because I know they probably wanted to get close as they could to grass or however they made their outfits, you know, in different tribes and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, and it's always good to to ask, and then we learn more and we share these kinds of things. And so that's the first time I heard that story of those going into that tall grass.
Yeah, I heard that.
like that
Wow, a
one.
long time ago.
Yeah, it's good.
There's
Good.
several stories, you know,
Yeah.
amongst the different tribes, you know.
Yep.
Omaha.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
I think I'll go get my grass dance on right now and give it a stretch test.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah. Go suit up.
Come on, look like
Go
Hulk.
suit up and kind of pop up over here, and then a little bit later you pop over here. All right.
And then come in.
Yeah. Well, today we have 4 contestants in our grass dance category. So without further ado, that's my big word for today, ado. We're going to go over to our grass dance category. So whenever you are ready, grass dance, take the arena. Awesome. Thank you, Moo Roberts, Benjamin, Will, and Roland. Thank you for showing us your style. You got Chris Hill dancing over there.
I was really getting it in that hallway, boy. I was
Hot
going
dogs.
like that, and twisting and turning and flipping. No.
Yeah, I was really doing the snake like that down the hallway. Yeah. Yeah, really swept up that hallway. Let's see here. Reminder that we have virtual vendors available for you to browse. 6 vendors to be exact. We have Blue Dot Beadwork, Buffalo Cricky, Simona Charles, Shawls by Suburban Wigwam, and Brave Art. You can check out the announcement in the Facebook chat or the Booter Center Virtual Powwow Vendor website for more information. So there's links there. Please visit our vendors. Our vendors have been preparing all year long, preparing some custom designed arts. And we know about our arts, right? And our arts and crafts they're passed down. It's knowledge, and that itself, it's like these dances, it's like these songs, these things, these arts, these skills, they're passed down, and you don't get these things at Walmart, right? You don't get these things, you can't order them off of Amazon. At least I don't think so. Right? And but there's a lot of skill, a lot of even prayers people put into their work when they do their work, because when you're creating something, you put good thoughts into it and good feelings into it, and for wherever it ends up, whoever it ends up with, it's going to be good, because you want good things for them, So except if it ends up around Chris Hill's neck and it's got stains all over it, boy, that guy. Next up, we have men's traditional, but he still needs good thoughts. Men's traditional. We have 2 contestants in men's traditional. Men's traditional, one of our oldest style of dances, comes from the Northern Territories, and you'll notice some of the significance or some of the difference in this style of dance is it is reverent, but it is very a warrior style dance, and they have one bustle on the back, and then they'll either have a roach or some sort of a headdress, and we know the different styles from many different directions, but the traditional dance is one of the oldest style of dance that we have, and that's represented in the powwow world. So Chris, I don't know if you want to say anything more about the traditional dance, or Ron, if you want to jump in, you're welcome to as well. And I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, I think, well, that's one of my favorite ones to watch. And I've always was told that, it was kind of like you were saying, like a warrior's dance, or, they were supposed to tell a story, tell a story of their adventures at war or hunting or something like that, and that was the expression that was told to me, that when you watch those dancers, they have all their unique style, but it's telling a story. So I always really enjoyed watching those dances, and I always like to learn more stories about that style of dance. So I don't know if Ron has more to say on that, but
yeah, Chris, I mean, you got it, man. I mean, exactly. A lot of the dancers years ago, and I imagine maybe some of them today, even take on some type of animal characteristic about their dance. They're out there, in the mindset where they want to actually be this type of animal, and they have their bustles and their feathers and their medicines on, and it's always, Lakotas, they always have that bustle and the trail, and there's unique things about that outfit that are very, very special, the pesha and the wambli, the feathers and stuff like that, and the moccasins, even that furry stuff down by your moccasins. I can't remember how you say it, Lakota, but yeah, and you know, they take on lately that, I mean, they look like they're trying to be sneaky, you know. When I say the word kunchala, that means they get down like this, you know, they get down and, you know, they're staying out of people's ways and eyesights and, you know, sites like that. You know, it reminds me of, I would jump off just a little bit, reminds me of a story that I heard about the feathers, you know. And what it brings it down to is, a long time ago, the Crow and the Lakotas, you know, we used to be bitter enemies at one point. And one time, a group of Lakotas were out hunting, and they came across some crows. So they gave pursuit, and they kept chasing them, and the crows went around this bend, and then the Sioux were following them, and all of a sudden the Sioux came across. There was an eagle feather on the ground. One of those crows, warriors, dropped the eagle feather. So they stopped. They reared the horses back, and they stopped. And that leader of that group got off his horse and looked at it, and told his other warriors and people to go hide your horses, because they knew that this individual was going to come back for that feather. He also knew it was going to be his last day too, you know. But he came back. He came back looking around like this. He picked his feather up that came off of somewhere on his body or a horse or something. As soon as he picked it up, those Lakotas came out and surrounded him, and they pulled their bows back like that. Just then, the leader held his hand up and said, "Ho, ho, 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 ho." He goes, "Today, this Crow warrior is supposed to die, but he came back after his eagle feather, knowing that it was going to be his last day. So today, he will live. Let him go." So they let him go. Just out of respect that he came back for that eagle feather like that, you know.
Oh.
So they let him go. And maybe that's probably where maybe our relations started to, you know, show a positive effect, you know.
Yeah.
I always remember that story told.
I want to say a ho for that story. That was a great story that you just told, man. That was awesome. You know, like I said, you know, this is one of my favorite categories. Boy, I like even, you know, those songs that they sing, you know, like even like that Sneak Up or that Crow Hop, you know, and the different songs that they'll sing during these contests. And this is always my favorite one. So,
you know, we back in the day, all of us used to take our hats off, you know, when we heard that traditional song. I don't hardly see that much today, you know. They all have their hats on. Yeah, getting back to the song, you know, the good traditional songs in there, you know. All of our nations have their own really deep worded songs geared to war, you know, soldiers returning from war or what have you, you know.
Yeah, good victory.
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you, Ron, for that story, you know, and I really like that how you mentioned too that sometimes they take on the characteristic of an animal, you know, and you know, it reminds me of that old style that you used to have, Ron, that T-Rex style, kind of like that. Always, they said. Boy,
I couldn't even reach my whistle.
Go like that. All right, men's traditional. I think we're ready to go. Arena director giving us the high sign. So, Kelly, we'll ask that you turn on the men's traditional.
Nakwish, Sensai Squad Sinead Hooten from Sedalia, Missouri. I'm a Northern traditional dancer and Pantipequin, representing the Stapolmish people, the Cowlitz people. Thanks to Washington University and the Bruder Center for putting on this virtual powwow. I pray for health and safety for everybody out there. Laxwalis.
Bonjour, Gakanawi and Nahau. My name is Brian Myers, and I'm representing the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians in Michigan, and I'm in the men's traditional number 52 at 51 years old. Miigwech.
Hey, all right, good. Thank you, dancers. Thank you, Nathan and Brian. Awesome. Again, different places all over Indian country. Awesome. So thank you for sharing your style, sharing your dance. Notice the second one, what's his name? Brian, I believe. He didn't have the bustle on, but he was representing that woodland style of traditional dance. So thank you, thank him, thank you, Brian, for bringing that to us. Yeah, again, there's those differences, but it's good, it's all good. It's all good. And then Ron, I believe, mentioned it a little bit earlier. I can't remember which one he was talking about, but just in general about dance and about that song and the relationship of those songs. Man, when that song is sung just right and it hits you, man, the spirit takes over, And that's something that I always say, something I learned as a young child. And it's kind of one of those, I always say that the dance is, it's a gift, right? It's a gift from our creator that we have that ability to, one, just to be here today, and another to get out there and to dance and to move. And when these songs and the spirit moves us, it's an extension of our expression for our creator, And so it's good, it's just, so it's good to see people dancing and sharing. So at this time, I think we're going to go move into couple of intertribals. I believe we have some recorded recordings of our host drums, Young Buffalo Horse and Otter Trail. They're going to share some songs with us. So you're listening to those songs and you hear them and they move you. Man, just to go record yourself, and share it with us. We want to see that. We want to enjoy one another today, and tapping your feet, anything like that, So Chris is gonna post his videos. He's gonna get with it on these intertribals.
I know it. This one, I'm gonna record. I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna challenge Courtney. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, Young Buffalo Horse, take it away. Okay, all right. Aho. Good. There we are. Hey, man. All right. Well, welcome back. Good intertribal. Good times. Young Buffalo Horse got whistled twice. Boy, I sang that song 3 times. Aho. Good song though, boys. Good song. Appreciate the good tunes and know that you guys always make your own songs as well. Originals. So good songs. Let's see. Our next contest is the men's straight dance contest, and we have one contestant, one who has entered the men's straight. Mr. Chris Hill, you want to say anything about our men's straight dancer or dancers?
Yes, I always like this category too. Being here in Oklahoma around the Ponca people, where the straight dance comes from. I visited with I don't want to call him. Well, I guess he is an elder, Oliver Little Cook, and he takes care of a lot of the dances down this way. For these different Haluska committees and stuff like that. And he's very knowledgeable, and he's always willing to share. He's always willing to teach somebody about those songs. And one thing I really love to learn about those songs is a lot of them they're true warrior songs. They have a set of songs that they call head cutting songs. And to me, if you know those songs and what they're saying, I mean, those are some keen songs. And of course, Mr. Little Cook, he tells you, during these type of dances, there's a way that certain way that these songs are to be sung in certain orders. And of course, in powwows, that you don't really have to deal with that. But if you go to their ceremonies, there's a certain order to those songs, for the first night to the end night. And to me, I mean, they've got tons of songs that you can go through, and each one of them is totally different. They're telling stories. A lot of them you'll find in those more ceremonial songs, straight songs. They're talking about history. They're recording history, especially for the Ponca people. And to me, that's amazing if you know that kind of history and what some of those songs are talking about. You go at one of these dances and I'll hear someone, put one of those word songs in there, and I know, a little bit about it, and I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty cool. Again, I have to give my hats off to Mr. Lil Cook for sharing that kind of knowledge. Of course, I'd love to visit with him more and learn more and more about those songs, because again, they're just phenomenal. But anyway, I don't know if Ron is still on, and I know he might have some comments on this straight dance category. I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see if he jumps on the video. But yeah, you're right. Southern straight dance. It's you see it originated around here, Oklahoma. Some of the tribes around here, and have really it's a warrior's dance, like you said. And so there's a lot to it, a lot of protocol, and a lot of different things. Are different ones have adopted these different ceremonies that utilize this dance. And so it's good to hear, it's good to hear that there's those opportunities for sharing, and it's grown in popularity too in the powwow world, and so we see more folks doing this Southern straight style dance. I will say we might notice I haven't seen this dancer, but you might notice sometimes they wear one feather in the top rather than two. So that's one thing that you might notice, and might have a trail down the back there. Way I heard it was significant. They would stake that trail. A warrior would stake that trail down to get their knife out, stake it down in the ground, and stand there to symbolize, I'm not running. I'm not going anywhere. Come on, let's go. and let's get it on, you know. So talking about that warrior spirit. So, but there's significance, you know, from head to toe. But things, of course, are changing and evolving. And in the powwow circle with the straight dance, you might see different variations. But Ron, I see you jumped on here. You let's what you got for us?
Well, you know, once again, you know, being from up north, you know, and then when I came down to Haskell, you know, they put me in an arena directing situation. And then again, I wasn't very knowledgeable about the straight dance, you know, so I had to learn. I have to learn. That's one thing about being an arena director. Also, you have to get accustomed, and you have to have some knowledge about each and every one of those dances categories that are coming in. You know, you have to know who to turn to if something should occur. That's when I had met a good friend from Haskell, Cheevers Coffee, and boy, he put me to the side. You need to know this, boy. He gave me a lot of knowledge, some good ones, you know. So I really loved it. You know, he's always in my mind. But again, like I said before, when you're a arena director in strange lands and strange tribal areas, you have to get to know a little bit about each category, and who to turn to, just in case, you know, something that should occur. And of course, you're going to get to know the dancers. I mean, in a way, since you're going to be right there in the arena, you know. But yes, that's, I wanted just to throw that in. But I can imagine, you said in the Ponca country, all the straight dancers. That's one of my things. I want to go down there and I want to see a whole arena full of the straight dancers. I could just imagine how keen that looks, you know, how it sounds. And,
yeah.
I even talked about Henry Collins, you know, and boy, he mentioned one thing I remember one time. It really stood out in my mind. And he said, you know, Ron, he goes, I can't, a lot of songs up here, he said. He goes, a lot of new songs coming around too. Because I just don't need to know those new songs no more. Because if I do, I'm afraid one of those old songs drops out the back of my head. So I'll let the young boys take care of the newer song. I need to keep these songs and the ones I have singing for years in my mind.
Yeah.
I thought that really meant something. I always, that's what when I think of Henry, that's what I think about them songs when he said like that.
Yeah, good. Thank you for sharing, Ron. And it's something to see when you got an arena full of straight dancers, man. They're all getting it, you know, and bells just going. And it's even better when you're sitting there with the meat pie. God, dogs.
Big snow cone.
Big snow cone. Man, you know it was a bit hot around here in Oklahoma. And
so is it true that you can kind of distinguish each dancer where they're from and by their foots, the style of their dance foots work, or what? Does it differ for each one, or just each one does their own style?
It's kind of a little, from what I've seen, a little bit their own style. You know, I think there's probably on those trot songs, those horse stealing songs, they had different movements, I believe, at one time. And I don't know that some of those things are still captured today. You know, things kind of change, right? But that was definitely the case, you know, even when I was small. But you know, I'm only about 20 years old. Even when I was small, well, you know this, you know, you just by looking at somebody's outfit, you would be able to see what tribe they were, kind of get an understanding where they were from, what region, what tribe they were from their designs. And then we got in there in the 80s and 90s, kind of things designs start changing, you know, and you see a lot of intertribal marriages. So then it kind of gets hard to distinguish too, you know, and that's all right too. But now we're seeing, I think what I'm seeing here, you know, I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of folks really kind of going back to some of those original tribal designs that represent their tribe. So it's really nice to see, you know.
So. I think another important part about categories like straight dance and stuff, I think it's very important for arena director to see who's all in a category. Sometime, remember those categories get combined sometime, you know, men's traditional and straight, you know, some places, you know.
Yeah.
And arena director should see that and shouldn't give like first song a straight song, and then the second song you should not choose like a double beat or something like that. You know, I don't think the straight dancer does a double beat, you know. It's, you know, I don't think so, but I maybe attempt it or something. But I think I would just go with some kind of other, like a horse trot or, you know, a crow hop or something, because I know they can do that, you know, same beat, you know.
Right. Yeah. And then, but you know, they can switch it up if they put their lips way out there. They can do anything. Hey. Little secrets right there. Yeah. You know, arena directing. Well, I remember first time I was arena director, I was pretty young, and Hammond Motow, he was the MC at the time. It was a small dance in Oklahoma City, and brought me out there, and kind of had everybody looking at me. One, he said, "Look at this guy." He said, "He looks like a deer in the headlights." Boy, I sure was. Grew up in powwow, still didn't know what to do, you know. But anyways, yeah, there's a lot that goes along with that AD role and all the different roles.
Yeah, my first one was I just got thrown in there, man. Just get out there and, you know, direct them around. Huh?
Yeah.
The arena director didn't show up back in Rapid City one time, back in a little powwow. So just went out there, because you know, you kind of know what you've seen it a lot of times, you know. Yeah, but I was young, but I hated to tell older people what to do, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
it's that way. That
was good though. I'm glad they did, you know.
Yeah. So all right, well, we're gonna move on over. We're gonna AD says we're ready, so we have our video of our men's straight dancer competitors. So take it away, Otter Trail.
What's up, guys? My name is Corey Damon Chestnut. I'm Kiowa Comanche, and I'm originally from Oklahoma City.
Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, Corey. Good to see you dancing there. Glad you could submit your video. I don't know if anybody caught it in the top corner there. It said anti-slayer. So that's his tagline. Boy, I'm about to tell your mama on you. Hey. All right. Good job, Corey. Thank you for your submission. All right. I think we're moving into, oh, hey, I got a quick announcement. If you're interested in purchasing a powwow t-shirt with this logo, how's it go right there? Yeah. With that logo, please visit the Powwow Booter Center website, or links are also provided in the comments. I think we're going to move into our last contest. We have one contestant in the men's fancy. If I got time, I might have to get them on. I used to do this dance. Hey, so I was telling my son, my 11-year-old son, he's fancy dancer, and anyways, I was telling him, man, when I was growing up, I was lucky enough, I kind of got in there here and there in different places, and kind of win first every now and then. I said, back then they used to give jackets, I said, so I have a whole bunch of I want a whole bunch of jackets. I was really talking it up, keen, real keen designs and all over the place, all these different contests, and so when I was in the attic, I was going through all those boxes looking for my jackets. I wanted to show him, so he was really sitting there waiting too, and I think the only jacket I found got no design on it. All it says is runner up. Hey. Hey. Anyways, once in a while I'd kind of get lucky. But anyways, runner up over here. We're going to go to our last contest, our men's fancy dance. Men's fancy dance is one of somebody in the chat said the rest have to be up there somewhere. Thank you for having hope. Hey. Yeah, those jackets, I don't know where they're at. Hey. What was I saying? Men's fancy, one of the most modern dance styles that you see at the powwows, and like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, and so this style has really come a long ways, and it's a young man's dance, athletic dance. Well, it's a middle-aged guy's dance. Hey. So the young man's dance, right? And takes a lot of energy. And there's several stories from the evolution of this dance as well that I've heard. One that I like to mention is that it has to kind of resembles a horse dancing, and a storm coming, and that horse start revving up, and so it kind of resembles that. You also hear stories that are reflect back to those Wild West shows, and how the warriors were very stoic and traditional, and when they would come in and dance, and the audience, maybe they wanted more, they wanted to see a little bit more, so these dances, they started getting a little bit more fancier. But like every other dance, all the outfit from the head to toe is significant. It means something. I want to point out the furs around the legs, around the ankles, the Angora fur that's worn there, that represents the Angora mountain goat that can climb on the sides of mountains without falling. So it represents that you're sure-footed as a fancy dancer. You're moving fast and you're sure-footed. You're not gonna fall or misstep or anything. So that's just kind of an example that everything that you wear in every category, every style of dance, it has a symbolism of some kind. But you'll see this dance is pretty lively and put a lot into it. I don't know, Ron or Chris, you guys might want to add to that, or share something about fancy dance, or your favorite fancy dancer. Man, you might want to borrow my runner-up jacket one of these days.
I definitely would like to borrow that runner-up jacket. Nah. No, no. Fancy dance is always a thrill, to watch. It's very, as you said, athletic. Very fast paced. A lot of times. I don't know if you've seen it or they still have it, but I remember them used to having those Iron Man contests. Last man standing type thing, and boy, sometimes they sing a lot of songs for those contestants. And man, I tell you what, I I don't know how those guys did it. I thought, man, boy, if I was out there, I'd fall out after the second or third song. But again, I know these guys are in great shape, and I know, if you really want to see, a good exhibition of fancy dancers, again, Ponca Nation always has their Ponca Powwow, and that's, where you'd want to go to see some real keen fancy dancing right there. And I've always enjoyed going over there and watching that and finding out who's the new winner, I guess you might say. So anyway,
World champion.
there
Yeah.
you go. There you go. So, again, I know Ron probably's got a lot more info on that, but I'll turn it over to him.
Acorn Tyon, Norman Roach, Chico Jimenez horses,
Yeah.
Kenny Roan, all Northern dancers, and I know they used to go down to NQ Powell in Tulsa, that park, Mohawk Park. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mohawk. Courtney really smiling. But I know they used to go down there to watch. I know they would say after they came back, "Oh, I gotta try this move, man. I've got to try seeing something down there. I got to do this, man." So they would always bring something back from down Oklahoma, take it back up that way, And Akabuk, Johnny, and those guys used to watch them. And but I think the strangest move or the most move I've seen by a fancy dancer was Norman Roach. He was quite active with that Palmer horse. That they get up there, go like that, and they go up and down. He was dancing in Denver one time, and he did this Palmer horse move out in the arena, where just his hands was on the ground and his legs were going. And he rarely did it, but I caught it that time. I just can't explain it. It's just power move, upper body strength, power move, like you said, Chris. Tremendous strength and being in shape,
Yeah.
Yeah, I quit the fancy dancing world when I had to dance in the hoops and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not hoop dance, but
not hoop, but
I know nowadays, what is it? Those Moors are the ones that's holding that title right now.
Oh, is that right? I was wondering who.
Is it Randy or Pete that's holding that title now?
Yeah, both of them. Yeah. Randy Moore, Pete Moore, and the latest one, Rylan Moore, Randy's son.
Is that right?
Yeah, he took it last time up there, and so that's pretty awesome.
What people don't know is I taught Rylan everything he knows. No, just
You text him, huh?
Yeah, there you go. I said, throw that in there. No.
I wonder who's ornery. Hey.
Yeah. I work with Joe Boynty up here at school,
Oh, yeah.
At Hostel. So every time I get a chance, we sit down, we go way back, We just start. I have someone like him. I have a bunch of questions for,
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's who back then,
Yeah.
Another one. I know he's probably. Well, I'll just say Mike Pasatopa. I know he's up in age these days, but I remember he used to be real good to watch. Throw some moves in there sometimes. He's talking about, doing all those fancy moves. He'd throw kicks and splits and you name it in there. So
Yeah, there's a lot of dancers, a lot of, he's named a few of them, and some of them were a little bit older, and I remember seeing them when I was little, and I mentioned my Uncle Akabu, Norman
Akabu,
Newright, he traveled all over,
yeah.
Chris, you mentioned Iron Man. I always hear a story about Norman Newright, about my Uncle Akabu. They call him Akabu or Ak. Up to White Swan, danced, I think, want to say 52 songs in a row, just back to back. And so kind of goes back, like that. And but then, yeah, there's a lot of families, got a lot of tribes too. Got a lot of dancers and a lot of fancy dancers that come out of their tribes, from all the different directions too, So it's good, real good to hear all these different names. Yeah.
Courtney, was he able to sing Northern style?
Yeah, he could sky it, boy.
Yeah, the reason why I say that, because a friend of mine came back from down south years ago, and he kept saying, man, you gotta listen to this lead, man. So we listened to it. I said, whoa, who is that? And he goes, I don't know who it is. So I found out who it was. So every time we wanted to sing that song that, Norman led up, we call it Sing Norman Newrider.
Yeah.
That's what we called that song. That's how we remembered that song.
Oh yeah.
Sing Norman Newrider song.
He sings, and then and then he had a brother, so who went on. His name was Terry Williams. He's sung, he's a good singer. Sang with Porcupine, sang with all them drums up there. He traveled around. They even sang, he ended up in on the AIM trail too, singing with them. So Terry Williams. So
Terry Williams. Oh yeah, Terry Williams.
Yeah. So that's he was a singer, well-known singer. Some of the folks might remember him. His name is or his Pawnee name. They gave me his Pawnee name, so it's his name. So that I carry that name on now. The Thudiki the Gussie Spa was his name. Pawnees. So, but yeah, it's a small circle, but like I said, our families, generations, they go all over the place, we've made relatives all four directions. And so it's good to hear and see these connections come back around,
Courtney, it's my quest now today, and since I'm a little older, I seek out songs like amongst the Pawnee, the Crow, and the Anishinaabe, about the songs they sang against the Sioux. I want to hear those.
Yeah.
Just like a horse chief when he was up in Topeka, living in Topeka, I would ask him the same thing. Tell me about the songs you sang. They sang, before they attack or whatever. Yeah. So he showed me a lot of good songs, and he would explain it. And that I'm just so interested in that kind of stuff, Yeah. I was really interested in that, what the words meant,
Yeah. Real interesting. Yeah, there's a lot.
With all due respect, I was really so just like these songs right here that I have. These are all old songs, just from the Matthew King Lakota collection,
Mm-hmm.
These are the songs that I want to learn now, before they're lost,
Yeah.
Young guys, they'll take care of their intertribal songs. They're a dime a dozen now,
Yeah, so making some good tunes too, So, but there's a lot of old ones too that hold on to. So
I always said, I quit dancing a few years back, and I always say, man, I want to dance to Midnight Express, or Eabe or something. But I never, I quit dancing before that, I do it at my liver moon. Everybody's gone,
Go ahead. We won't watch.
It's probably the listening part I don't want you to hear.
All right, well, we're going to move on to our last contest here. Men's Fancy Take the Arena. Your competition is Mr. Ron Brave. He's going to keep his camera on. Hey, John. All right, Men's Fancy, take it away. All right, thank you, Max. Thank you. Good. Good dancing. Good dancing. Keep your arms up, keep your head going. Got them lips out. All right. Good job. Yeah, there's a lot of good dancers, a lot of good dancers this weekend, and I'm happy that Ron and Chris were able to join us, and we're all able to be here on the screen and kind of share a few thoughts and things like that, and some memories, and remember a lot of different ones. We said a few names here and there. There's many more though, right? There's many more dancers, champion dancers from the years, many good memories, and then we know that we're making memories now, and then that's going to continue on also. So that's really good, and we're just happy to be a part of this circle. And so that was that brought us to a close as far as our contests for this year, the 30th annual Washington University Powwow. And before we move on, we have we want to make again just a reminder that we have t-shirts for sale. We have a shawl raffle. We have all those items in the comment section there on Facebook. So please check those out. Please visit our vendors. And yeah, I think the longest one I danced, I made it to back in the Gathering Nations when they first did the Ironman contest that first year, Chris, I think I was maybe 19 or 20, and made it to the top, the last 7 that were standing, and I think we danced, want to say 26 songs at the pit, that elevation, everything. God, dogs. Took me about 3 hours to walk up them stairs afterwards. But anyways, made it, and but it was good. And let's see, our brother Eldon Johnson, he's a good. He took it that year, and it was real good. And got a chance with all my old fancy dance brothers, and a lot of them have went on, and but we have a lot of good memories, sharing that circle and good competition, and always just good brotherhood. But that's how it is,
I was trying to think of this one. His last name was Murray. Boy, he was real good, and I can't remember his first name though. I think he was around Perkins area. But I know he's passed on now. But you talk about putting some fancy moves and quick moves. Man, that guy was. I mean, sometimes I didn't know how he did a lot of those things, And I said, man, if I did that, I would have done tore something or broke something. So I really have to give my hats off to those fancy dancers like that. And he did that up in his later years too. So like, man, those guys, really lift weights or, do a lot of running or something like that to, stay in that kind of shape.
Yep. So, it takes a lot, a lot of effort, a lot of good things in there. So, it looks like we have on deck, before we go into our winners, we have a couple of intertribal songs. So we're gonna go over there, go to our drums, our host drums, Otter Trail and Young Buffalo Horse. Ask that we're gonna go to you over some intertribal songs. And when we come back, we're gonna announce our winners and kind of wrap up our day, wrap up our weekend here at the 30th annual Washington University Powwow in St. Louis. Thank you all. It's been a great time. We have a few more announcements when we come back. All right, I got a little correction here. So this intertribal, it will be by Otter Trail, Mr. Al Santos crew. Al Santos, take it away. Hey, hi, right. It's not Al. No, he's coming up here. Well, Al sure is skying these days, way up there. Young Buffalo Horse we're listening to this afternoon. Since we're still on camera here and we're looking at the picture that's on the screen. It's a snapshot of the year past of the Booter Powwow, one of the years past. Chris, if you notice all along the edge hanging up, there's some designs, some painted, big painted designs. It was an art project that was donated by a local artist in Missouri, and I cannot remember her name, but she had a project where she went up down the Missouri River and visited with all these different and these panels. Nardi Holder, the artist, captured all these various travels and visits of tribes on these panels. It's called Nations on the Trail. So there's a really good story to that. Thank you, Lynn, for giving that message. It was a really good story to those panels. I know that they were donated to the Boomer Center and for the future powwows. I wanted to mention that because that's always kind of a part of the atmosphere when we're there physically. Powwow at Washington University. I want to thank Nardi for her gift. Let's see. I'm also getting another message here that one banner is just for the Booter scholars representing the tribes from 2007. May have been there. I don't know if I was there or not. I may have been. Anyways, good times. I was looking at this picture and I saw those banners. I wanted to share that a little bit of school history there. It's good to see the Washington University powwow grow over the years. You know, St. Louis isn't necessarily a place where you always hear about powwows, large powwows, but this university really has put this powwow on the map and continues to do so each and every year. And, of course, the staff and the students, all the sponsors, and all the sponsorship is all due to that. And so it's just wanted to recognize that as we are here again, once again, for the 30th annual virtual powwow, Washington University of St. Louis. Today we have reached 3,578 people. Wow.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, and this whole time, Chris, you've had something hanging out your nose. I didn't tell you. Hey, China, you're all right. You're keen, guy. You're looking right on.
All right.
You were starring this whole time for all of our 3,500.
That was my tight braids that I was wearing today.
Yeah, that's what it was. Got that meat hanging in that teeth in it. God, man.
Indigenous way like that, boy.
Cha. Yeah. Sorry, nobody saw. There's only 375. I don't even know how to read numbers now. Yeah, big numbers.
That's awesome. I have to really give it to these people for doing this event. This is definitely a success, and I hope all of you guys are proud of yourselves, because I know this was tough to put on, and it's new. It's something that hasn't been done, for this type of event, and not like this. I mean, you guys, I've seen some of the other ones since we've been doing this, and to me, you guys got a good turnout for viewers and the people that you reached. And again, that's hats off to all you guys. You guys are working as a team, and doing all the right things. So, again, I always say give thanks to the Creator, for the blessings that you get. And this was definitely a blessing for you guys during this time. It's hard for people to get together today and to do these type of things, to visit one another at this time. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And, you guys found a way to still do this. So again, my hat's off to all you guys and to this head staff. All you guys did a phenomenal job. The video crew that was putting this together, again, it was great, and Courtney, you're the man. You're the man right there. Oh,
the runner up at it.
They should give you a jacket for this, boy.
Yeah, jacket. Well, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to work with you, Chris, and to Ron, and to all the other head staff. Before we get into announcing the winners, I want to say congratulations. I want to thank all the dancers, and congratulations to all those winners, but also congratulations to all of our 2021 graduates, our Booter Scholar graduates. these folks, these native folks, these native graduates graduating from a top distinguished university with their master's level degree, their graduate degrees. You know, some of them are dual degrees, which, you know, mean they're getting social work and something else, law or public health, or really building themselves up, building up their toolbox, if you will, to help to go back and to be supportive and be helpful within our Indian communities. And so we want to thank them for their sacrifices and their commitments, their follow through, you know, and as you go throughout your life and you're to have time to rest and to reflect on your experience here, and hopefully share that with others as well, so that that circle continues, because we know our Indian communities, you know, we're just going to continue to grow as we practice and exercise this what we talked about earlier, Chris, this sovereignty, you know. And again, I want to thank all the families and tribes, the communities of these young people that are graduating here, because they've had to make sacrifices as well. You know, it's that way, you know, when we send our young people off to go education, maybe to the service, or military service, or whatever it might be, you know. And our communities, our Indian people, we understand that. And so so that's good, you know. Our Indian people, we know about that kind of thing, about sacrifice and commitment going through. Anyways, just congratulate all the 2021 Booter Scholar graduates, as well as the committee wants to acknowledge and congratulate all students graduating this year. You think about that, this year that we've had, the year that's been very challenging, right? There's students, there's families, there's parents that's been making it through, you know, whether it be virtual school, a blend, virtual and in person. Maybe there's been a lot of inconsistencies, whatever it might be, you know. We still got young people that are accomplishing and that are going to be graduating this year. It might be high school, might be college, might be graduate school, might be whatever it might be. It might be trade, you know. Any step forward, any opportunity to better ourselves in our community. So I'm talking a lot here, Chris. Cut me off. Hey.
So where's that mute? No, it's good.
I know, where's that mute? Mute him. All right. We want to thank Alva Fiddler, head judge, oversaw the judging this year. Thank you, Alva Fiddler. I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who's going to walk us through our next couple of our women's categories, if you don't mind, and then I'll take the
yeah, I'll take on that one. All right, our women's fancy. Let's get a drum roll for these guys. Third place is Lisa Hill, number 45. Another drum roll. Number 2, Michelle McCulley, number 53. And number 1 for our women's fancy is today. Man, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this right. Okishe Roberts, number 17. Let's give them all a round of applause and all the other ones that were in this category. Now we're going to go over to women's jingle. Third place, Ontario Arrow White, number 78. Second place, Shauna Tom, number 82. And first place, drum roll, Rowena Roberts, number 14.
Right.
Women's Northern Traditional. Hold on. third place, Maxine Orzoco. Number 4. Number 2, Morgan Blackhair. Number 36. And our first place, today's Women's Northern Traditional, drum roll, December Arrow White, number 80.
All the way from Fort Hall, Idaho. Hey, hi.
All right, there's the men's for you. Turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, thank you. And ladies, our winners, check your email. Check your email and you'll receive something from the powwow committee, and they'll be sending you your winnings. They'll be sending you your winnings, your jacket, your embroidered star quilt jacket. Hey, China. Beaded, edged, and silk lined, and yeah. Okay, it's kind of getting them into it, isn't it? No, but the committee will be reaching out to you with your winnings, and they'll be getting that to you. And so, congratulations, good job, thank you for making our weekend, sharing your good steps. All right, so we're going to move over to men's grass. In men's grass, in third place, we have Mr. Benjamin Weeble, number 30. Benjamin Weeble. All right, come running. Run across that arena. Yeah, see, get going. Go. All right. Second place winner, Mr. Morgan Blackhair. Morgan Blackhair, number 36. Oh, there he is, coming way up there from second row, second level up there, running down. Be careful. Hey. And your champion in men's grass, Moo Roberts. All right, Mr. Moo Roberts, good to see you this weekend. Glad to have you join us and bless us with your moves, with your smooth moves. And we know you get them from your pops. Hey. So to see the Roberts family representing here this weekend. So let's see, who else do we have? We're going to move on to men's traditional. Men's traditional, we had 2 submissions from men's traditional. In second place, we have Mr. Brian Myers, number 52. Brian Myers, all right, come a running. He may be way back there in the campgrounds. Just let him go, let him run, let him go get his winnings, you know. So he can take down the camp later. You just let him go. All right. And our first place men's traditional. First place, Mr. Nathan Hooten, number 48. Mr. Nathan Hooten, number 48. And just as a reminder, for first place, it's $400. Second place is $275, and third place is $125. All right, good. We're going to take a moment here, and before we move on to men's straight, we're going to have Mr. Ron Bray give us a fancy dance exhibition. He's going to do that, one where he's talking about swinging his legs like that. He's gonna and stop like that. Hey, all right. Moving on over to men's straight. Men's straight, our one and only submission, the one and only anti-slayer. You better behave, guy. Our first place champion, Mr. Corey Chestnut, number 71. All right. First place winner. Good job. Good. From Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Yeah. And your champion, we're moving on over to men's fancy. Your champion, our one and only submission, Mr. Max Sevier, number 8. Max Sevier. I believe that's how you say your name. If it's not, it is now. Max Sevier. Yeah. God knows. Good job, Max. You did a good job. Good job to all of our dancers. Everyone had a really good submissions. We had a good time. let's see, I'm getting a message here. It says, I will share the winner slide for a moment. So here's our winners. We're going to put this up here. Chris, give us a word of encouragement while we're looking at our winner's slide here.
Again, I'd like to really, mention about, you had mentioned about these students that are going through so much, these days. I can't even fathom of how you guys are coping with this online school and things like that. I barely could make it when I went to regular school, much less this virtual school that you guys are having to go to. And again, to me, that tells me a lot about your character. That you're finishing, you're getting ready to graduate, you're getting ready to walk in the real world. Well, to me, it seems like you're already a winner because you've already overcame so many obstacles that have been thrown in your way. This 2020 was, man, I don't think anybody, that's gone through this, that's still here, had could even fathom of the things that we've been through. But again, just like the days of old, our people still stand. You're still standing here, and again, you have the choice to carry what knowledge you have on for the future, and what you lack in your traditional ways or your traditional customs. It's up to you to learn those things and carry these things on. The words of this event, about sovereignty and the other words, that were involved in this event. You guys already have all those things in you, and it's shown. All you guys have the ability to overcome all obstacles. And again, uh, uh, myself, I look at myself as more of a traditional ceremonial type man, and with that being said, we always look towards our creator. Creek people, we refer to him as Ibafunga, creator, conqueror of all things. And again, we rely on him, on his guidance. And you talk about decolonizing. The one way that we can decolonize is by learning and listening to one another, loving one another in that old way. They taught us that to look after one another. And again, I really strongly believe that, and I heard Courtney say this with the, regalia, some of those old ways are coming back. And, I know you young people, I hear you guys talk on these social media and things, you're wanting that, you're desiring that. And to me, that's a true meaning of God, creator has touched our youth to want to do that, wanting to learn these languages, wanting to find these customs and know these songs. That to me, is a blessing from the creator, because, that one point, people my age, which is 21 now, they were ashamed. A lot of them didn't take the time to learn those languages, learn those ways, and because of that, we've lost so much. But we still have a lot of things to hold on to, to embrace. And again, as Indian folks, we have learned to adapt. And, in the days of old, when they gave us those measles and tried to wipe us out with these other diseases, we came back strong. And again, today, you see this little event that was done virtual. To me, that speaks a lot of volumes, because you did have that good spirit here. You had those songs and you had those dances, you had that laughter, each and every one that talked, they had good things to say. That again, is a blessing from the Creator. And again, I don't know if I have said everything right or correct, but I apologize. And, I asked the Creator, to, if there was something short that I didn't say or didn't say correctly, that he might help me and help you as well with those type of meanings. And again, I want to say a ho to Courtney and all the staff. Oh,
thank you, Chris. Thank you for that. And those good words, added words of encouragement, and goes a long ways. And appreciate all that you poured into this event. And a couple quick announcements. Just a reminder that we have T-shirts that are still available. If you want to purchase those are, you can go onto the link again, purchase T-shirts or enter the shawl raffle. That'll continue to support the efforts here of this weekend. All winners, keep an eye on your email. You'll get an email from the committee. Yeah, just kind of following up and agreeing with Chris on everything that he shared. It's really good efforts, and so we appreciate all the powwow staff, the powwow committee, the planning committee, all the sponsorship, everything behind it, and the communities that all the students represent. We thank your communities. We hope good things and blessings for your communities where you come from, your tribes, your families. Again, congratulations to all the graduates, 2021 graduates. Also want to say you're never too old to go back to school. You're never too old. You can always, it's always there, just like the language is always there for us to learn, Well, same thing with that education. We go back, we can go and get that formal education if you want to, and it's there for you, I mentioned that my father, he finished up, graduated during this time too with his master's degree, and very proud of him for that. And he made it a mission of his and something he always wanted to do, he said. And so he did it, and so this May he'll be walking across the stage there, Oklahoma Central University. And so that's pretty awesome. There. Just share that because, we can always get our education. And then with the way things are right now, pandemic, continue to wash your hands, wear your mask, get vaccinated. We mentioned the tribes are leading the way in vaccinations. We want to gather again physically. So protect ourselves, protect our elders, protect our families. We want to thank everyone for their time today, for joining us and viewing, and for everything that's taken place. So at this time, we're gonna turn it over. We asked our Mr. Ron Brave, our brother over here. He's going to close us out with a prayer, and I'll ask that you bear with this. I'm going to turn it over to him at this time, and until next time, we'll see you. But I'm going to turn it over to Ron right now.
Chris, Courtney, you guys did good. Good ones. A lot of times like this, you think back and like there was the words in this prayer is uhina zimpi. Amitaki epi petuwa uhina zimpi. Today, my relatives, we have come this far. We've come this far, We're going to go further, But let's be safe. A lot of relatives took off, a lot of friends. So let's be safe. But a lot of the words that Chris spoke earlier and Courtney, that's the same words that are in this prayer. Pretty much we're all in sync, I couldn't believe it. It's pretty much the same words in the prayer here. So at this time, if you're able to rise, if you feel comfortable sitting down, that's all right too, But if you can stand and think about your relatives, the people around you, the powwow circuit. Thank you, powwow committee. But at this time, I'm gonna pray, and I'm gonna ask the creator. I want to sing a prayer song along with this. Ho ea mitaku e pe ang petuan al uhina zipi. Ho woche ki e wa chichaga pi katacha o ho kilapo. Tukashla na wachini e apo uki e na. We chose ani ia chupi kete. Wakaheja ki ish wayawapi na. Uchashana wiyaki. Lena daku awa chimpina. Wana hena ekana uhina zipi. Waka taka taka
Aho, Ron. Appreciate you. Well, that's it for this year's 30th annual Washington University Powwow in St. Louis. Thank you, Booter Center. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, students. Thank you for all the viewers and dancers that participated. Aho.
Mado.
Yeah, Mado. We'll see you next time.
Me and Kaylee just wanted to say a couple words. Thank you to our committee members and our two awesome co-chairs for the weekend. We all joined together, as Courtney said, ashy elbows and all. Yeah, it was very good. It was a very amazing weekend filled with lots of love, laughter, that really good feeling that we all needed, and a huge yonko to my committee members. You know, it was a long 2 years to planning this powwow. We did it through a pandemic and we did it together. I just want to say yonko, and then I'll pass it off to Kaylee. And then after Kaylee's done, we will do changing of the colors for our color guard.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Ron, for that prayer and that song. That what a great way to end this event. We really appreciate that. I just again want to thank all of the head staff, especially our MCs and AD, for providing extra information on dances and stories and things like that to really get everybody interacted with the event. So we really appreciate that. And again, thanks to all of our powwow committee members. We've been working all year, so we're just really grateful for all the work that everyone's put in behind the scenes and even now. So we really appreciate it, and I hope that everybody has enjoyed it and has a great day. Thank you.
color guard, attention. Forward, march. Color guard, halt. Left, face. About face. Color guard, retrieve colors. About face. Right face. Retire colors. Forward march.